Good morning. This is Merlina McCullough from Arkansas, and this is our bi-monthly Zoom, and it's dated 2/22/25. So Zoom number 91. Welcome, everyone, and I'm looking forward to talking with you. And this is a Zoom about helping teachers who are wanting to come to the U.S. to teach. And we have several already here in the United States that I've helped come. I think we have more than 100 now. I've been doing this for 4 years, and I am I'm an educator who was actually educated here in the United States. 38 years ago, I came, and so I retired in 2016, but then decided to do some consulting work. I decided to do some giving back by helping teachers who are wanting to come and teach in the U.S. because it is a great intercultural exchange and it's just for professional and personal growth. I have more than 400 on my list right now. So what I usually do is forward it to the administrators that I know and or not know. I contact the different administrations in different states, especially the surrounding states in Arkansas, which include Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Missouri, Oklahoma, and anyway, the southern states. I focus on that because they are closer to me, and also the weather is nicer. If you want to have a weather that's the same as the Philippines, it will be like Florida, California, and Hawaii. They are the closest to to the Philippines climate, but the standard of living is so high. Well, the although the pay is also high, but you have to do the math and see if you'd rather live in a place with a very high standard of living or something that's lower. For example, in Arkansas, an average rent maybe for a house or apartment maybe $500 or $600 in the rural areas. Well, it will be 3 or 4 times that in a bigger city. So that those are some consideration that you may want to consider because it's all about, the math, I guess, and where you want to live. Do you want to live in a cold area or a warm area? Texas, for example, is very warm, closer to Mexico. And while on the other hand, places like Maryland and North Dakota, South Dakota, all those places closer to Canada, Alaska included, would be so cold. So if you want cold places, then if you look at the United States, go look above Missouri, above Iowa, and those are some places that will be colder. The South is where I am in Arkansas. So having lived here for 38 years, it's a place that I now call home. When I go visit the Philippines, I'm visiting there. That's not my home anymore, although my two brothers still live there in Lapu-Lapu. Anyway, I have never given that long of a introduction, but I'm waiting for folks to come in. And talking about experiences here in the US, I remembered in 1987 when I came here, I was only 19 years old and married my wonderful hubby, HD. And we have two kids, 35-year-old Stephanie. No, she's 36 this year. Anyway, 35-year-old Stephanie, who is now a psychologist. We're proud of her and living in Hawaii with her husband, Brian. And our second kid is Jet, and Jet is now 26. Yeah, 26 years old. And so he lives in northwestern part of Arkansas around Rogers area. And he is a computer specialist. network specialist, so working with computers and servers and travels all over the United States. And we have bonus kids, Libby and Galen, in Nashville, and our three grandbabies, Ali, Sedona, and Sydney. And they are just the joy of our lives, and always enjoy their visits. Being empty nested now, that means that our kids are gone to their own homes. It's kind of lonely. It's kind of, you know, something that you have to reflect on. What can I do? What do I need to do in order to have a life's purpose, I guess. As an educator, this has been now chosen as my life's purpose, is to help educators across the United States or across the world, really, because we have this video recorded on Facebook on International Teacher Support in America, ITSA, or on YouTube. If you Google my name, Dr. Merlina McCullough, and ITSA, ITSA, you will find our YouTube videos. And we have a lot of folks that had contacted me and so had subscribed to our Facebook or YouTube. And it's been so inspiring to see that they have learned something from our videos. So that makes me happy when you hear that. And the big thing that we've always shared with folks is the 5 national board core propositions. And these are knowledge of students. I call it KOS. Knowledge of students is when you do things in your classroom to know your students, to get to know them. It could be in the form of surveys or inventories or your conversations with them and their journals, or you just waiting outside the classroom and talking to them. Little snippets of conversations that you may have will give you an idea about your students. And that is something that I really, really, really promote, that I encourage. Second core proposition is a knowledge of the content. And that means classroom strategies, things that you do in order to engage your students into deeper learning. My favorite thing to say is we're not going to just cover it, something or a topic, we are uncovering it. So it's not something that you just check off. It's something that you want them to have a deeper knowledge on. And I have shared so many different strategies here while having conversations with different teachers. And some of these favorites are like 10 to strategy, and 10 to strategy is like 10 minutes teacher talk and 2 minutes student talk. So you are teaching for 10 minutes and then you pause and letting your students process by asking them questions or having them to do a think, pair, share, TPS, or think, pair, WPS. Let me TWPS. Think, write, pair, share. You can do that. Anyway, the point is that you're having the students anchor the information that you just given them. You have just given them in 10 minutes. So I used to do a timer. I will do 10-minute timing because that's one of my weaknesses was time management. So I had a student that would time 10 minutes. And in that way, when the timer rings or, makes a sound, then I pause and make sure that I, give the work back to the students and let them process it. Could be in form of writing or orally. So having them have a conversation. And the third core proposition. Now, wait a minute. Let me go before I go back. I go to the third one. If you are going to do this 10 to strategy, I would recommend 5-1 to preschool and kindergarten teachers. That means that 5 minutes that you talk, for every 5 minutes that you talk, you need to allow your students 1 minute to process. So that is something that will help you a lot. And it also helps the students remember because according to research, students have very limited chunks of information that they could handle. So, for example, They could handle maybe like little ones could, I wonder, like 3 chunks of information. So you can't give them 20 things in thinking that they will all remember that. They may remember 3. So knowing that, it's a good idea to let them process it. Because if they don't see the connection, that you don't put them in a way where they are connecting it to their current, something that they have already learned, then there's no way to connect. So their brain's gonna delete it. It's gonna be put in a short-term memory instead of the long-term memory. So another way to make them remember those things that you've taught them is do it in an engaging way. That means using their 5 senses if possible, all that they can. You can have them, taste something relating to your topic if it's possible, or smell something, or touch something, and hear. And the tasting is actually one of the ones that would last. So when I did lessons, like for example, in multicultural education about countries all over the world, I have them taste things from different parts of the world in order for them to remember it. And of course, you have to remember their learning styles and multiple intelligences from Gardner's MI. And you have to remember that everybody's got different intelligences. So you have to acknowledge that and use it so that they can actually remember better if that is aligned to what they have the styles on. You have your visual kinesthetic or VK. So 70% of our students are supposed to be about visual kinesthetic. So you have to remember that. And about 30% of our students are auditory. So auditory means that they learn by just listening. How do you know that the students are auditory learners? It's when they are just doodling, like they don't look at you, but they're just like looking, doodling on the paper, because they don't have to use their eyes to look at you. They're using their ears. And these students, same students, had to process it verbally because they have to hear themselves talk in order for them to remember it. So that means that if you're going to use a 10-2 strategy, that's really, really effective because they have to process it with someone. They are actually, whispering it to their group or to their partner on what they just learned. So they'll remember it better. And when I was a beginner teacher, I used to think that these kids were like, oh, they are not paying attention, because they're not looking. Well, I was not aware that this might be your auditory learners in your classroom. So they don't have to look at you. They are actually just paying attention through their ears. Okay. All right. So the third core proposition is the assessment. And assessment is not just done at the end of your unit, it's at the beginning, the middle, or the end of your lesson. So in the beginning of your lesson, you may want to do an anticipation chart. This is like 4 or 5 questions, true or false, maybe, about the topic. And have the students to take it before you do the topic, and then those are some things that you will include those things in your lesson so that they will have their misconceptions corrected. That's one way. Another way would be a KWL, what you know, what you already know, what have you learned, and what do you want to know? So the past, the present, and the future learning that they have. So those are really, to me, really, really popular, really common things to do. And some people would have them do journal. Tell us, write something about what you know about this topic. That could be something that you could do. Anyway, assessment as before, and during the lesson, you are doing a formative assessment. Thumbs up if you understand it, thumbs down if you don't, or you're confused, thumbs sideways. Those are some things that you could check for understanding. So those are assessments. Those are informal assessments that you're doing. Of course, your observation, a lesson. When you're doing a lesson, you do not just like not pay attention to what the kids are doing. You have to pay attention. Are they getting it? You can tell by their nonverbal reactions or expressions. Are they getting it? Are they with you, same page with you, or are they just playing with their computer or devices and not paying attention? So you have to always pay attention to that. Jennifer's in, and Is that Ninja? Ninja? Um,
Right. Yeah, how far?
Anyway, so those are the assessments. And after that, hang on, I'm in the middle of the five core propositions, so let me finish it, ladies, okay? And we're waiting on others anyway to come in. So the fourth core proposition is reflection. And reflection is when you reflect on your lesson, how
Okay,
effective
stay tuned.
how effective was it? Did it work? How, did the students get it, or do I need to reteach? How many students maybe have gotten it, and maybe at least 80% of your students should have gotten it. Then what do you do with the other 20%? So those are some reflection questions that you may need to ask as seasoned administrators or educators. This is automatic for you. This is something that you already do immediately. I remembered when I was going through my national board certification in 2001. This is something that's really, I guess, really deeply embedded in the core propositions, that you have to always reflect on how you're doing, how your students are doing, what's the impact that you're doing with the lesson that you just did, how impactful was it? Those are reflective things that you can do. The last core proposition is collaboration. And collaboration is when you collaborate with your colleagues for a lesson, for example, or it could be with other resources such as your special ed teachers, your other resources that's available to you. It could be in the form of speakers, collaboration with parents while you're doing your topic, your lesson, your theme, or your projects. You are actually informing your parents, because parents are our partners in education anyway. All right, so those are the five core proposition: knowledge of students, knowledge of content, assessment, reflection, and collaboration. Those are five things that are so important. So if you remember those, if you watch any of my videos, this is number 91. If you watch any of them, I've always mentioned, or the teacher applicants have mentioned, or the teachers that are already here, about the five core propositions. And those are things that are so, so, so important to remember, especially on your teaching interview. When you're being asked a question, think about the five core propositions as your checklist. Okay, so if they ask you a question, think about, okay, what do I say about knowledge of students? What do I say about assessment? I mean, about college of content, and then assessment, and then reflection, and then collaboration. So those things that you kind of put a little checklist in your head, and I guarantee you that your answer will be so much better, because it will be more detailed, it will be more encompassing, it will be more complete. And so those are some things that I want you to remember, and so you should do well on your interviews. Okay. And anyway, so now I'm done talking. So I'm going to meet those that are present early. So Jennifer or Ninja, you want to talk to me? If you don't mind to, since this is, I think it's your first time of coming, if I'm right. Um, so introduce yourself about 2 minutes, and just tell me about professional information, your name, your degree, or degrees, and experience, many years of experience, your content or grade levels that you have taught, and then maybe your teaching philosophy. What do you believe about teaching and learning? And then why do you want to come to the US? That would be a good thing. So anyway, Ninja, I'm gonna put you on the spot here, girl. So if you don't mind to talk to me about those things that I said. Ninja, can you hear me? You have to unmute yourself. Jennifer or Ninja. If you want to talk, feel free to unmute yourself, okay? And here's Debbie. Debbie's coming on. And Ed. Welcome, Debbie and Ed. I was trying to get Ninja or Jennifer to talk, but it looks like they're not unmuting. So I don't know if any Debbie or Ed, if you want to talk to me. Oh, there you go, Debbie. Debbie, thank you for coming back, girl. You had a
Yeah, of course, doctor. Good morning, good evening, everybody. Of course.
yeah, we had a great visit last time, so I'm glad that you came
Mhm.
a lot. I was happy
Of
when
course, doctor. I really want to learn more from you.
thank you. Were you
Mhm.
able to hear the five core propositions and my introductions earlier?
I did, and I went to the website of National Board and started reading and absorbing everything I can and other things. I've, my husband had been saying everything in your YouTube are Dr. Merlina. You
That's
just
funny.
don't know, doc. I think I'm obsessed with you.
Oh, well, you're so sweet. You're just a great testimonial, but you're one of my best applicants too because you have really shared a lot of, engaging ideas, deeper ideas. So it's always nice to see kind of impact, like, what have you learned as a person, as an educator, because I feel like I always joke about this. I said, you know what? I wish that we could like ask forgiveness, from our students on your first or second year of teaching. Because we didn't know what we're doing, and we just would, we just do the best that that we believed, I guess, that we could do at that time. Because your student teaching, although you have learned a lot, it's still different than when having your own classroom. And I
True.
know that we have gone 4 years before that, to go to school, but it's all about theory. So now you are faced with this 20 pairs of eyes or how many kids you have looking at you and then trying to, to use what you have learned, like the toolkits. Well, you don't have many toolkits at that time. I have more than 30 years of experience. So I felt like I have so many different tools that I could, I could get from all the different learning that I got. I learned from you guys, from everybody that I meet, including my students. I feel like we all learn from our students, and when we don't believe that we do, then that's not good. Because
Yeah.
really we are not just their source of learning, especially now with technology. We
Right.
they have so much knowledge on technology, and that's why we have been referred to as digital immigrants. Well, they are digital natives. So yeah, they are digital
Right.
natives. They have been,
Oh,
yeah,
I like that. Yeah.
yeah, you've been using it. It's actually not my original idea. Somebody, I forgot the name, but somebody actually termed those. I mean, use those terms first and introduce that. And I always think of those two. We are digital immigrants. And so you have to remember your digital natives can actually help you. When I have technology problems in my classroom or in my presentation, whatever, the younger teachers or the younger students would actually be able to help you, especially when you're teaching high school. Oh, Dr.
Mhm.
McCullough, let me figure this out for you. They will do that. So I said, okay, so who are my tech expert over here? And they would come and help me and so on. And so they'll be so good to do that. And I think you should not be too shy to ask them, right? Do you do that, Debbie?
Right.
Do you ask what do you believe about teaching and about technology, the use of technology?
Yeah, well, in Thailand, we are not, that's why I'm really wanting to be in your Zoom because I think Filipino teachers in the Philippines are very good at that. In Thailand, yes, we do use PowerPoint and all that, but I think they're more competent, and that's why I'm learning. I'm learning from them, and I'm hearing a lot, and I'm all the what do you call that? All the links that you have said to develop more, um, you know, to be more technologically literate in that sense.
Yep.
I'm learning. I'm really learning. Yes, I do believe, but I also believe that we should not make it the primary thing. It's only a tool. We cannot make it as our, how would I put that,
That's
doctor?
our
It should not
substitute.
be the major thing that we use. It should not invalidate the social skills that they should develop as well.
Very
You
good.
know, I
You have to
believe in
teach
it.
the
I
whole
believe
child.
in it, but it
Yep.
should be a tool,
Uh,
not like we go look at the video and that's it, or do this. I will just use, we have to make our students feel that we put an effort as well in developing our lessons, and not just be copying from wherever and whatever. Yeah, I hope I did.
Yes,
answer
yes,
that
yes, I
question.
agree with you totally. You have to
Yeah,
teach the whole child, and then you use technology, yes, as a tool.
yeah,
As you really,
yeah,
said well, that these are some really good tools, but you have to remember that you are the best tool in that classroom. You cannot
exactly,
be, yeah,
exactly,
yeah, you cannot be
exactly.
replaced by AI. I know people are always afraid that, oh, we're going to be replaced by artificial intelligence, by AI. Well, they can do limited. I mean, they can do enough, but really when you get to the emotional part with the other, the whole child, they might not be able to replace us really because
Right,
yeah, they can do the so it's PIES, right? PIES. So it's physical, intellectual, emotional, and social. So they be able, the physical part, are they going to be able to know, students are not going to learn unless they feel loved or they feel that trust,
right,
right?
right,
And so how would the AI do that? Okay. And then for the intellectual, they might be able to do that because of the content and so on, all the technology, the logical knowledge out there in the internet, the AI will know. So they will
right,
have that source, a huge source. But then when you come to emotional, how will they be able to do
right,
support the students emotionally? And the social part, oh, that's a big one.
right,
We help students to make sure that you engage them socially when you are in your classroom.
right,
You have them work in pairs, in part, within groups or whatever, and you are developing their social skills in that way. So
right,
to me, from the PIES, the intellectual part, the cognitive part is where the AI would really beat us, maybe.
right,
But the other
right,
ones, the PES, nope, I think we got them beat. So just remember that
right.
whenever they start talking about, oh, teachers, you're not, you're going to be obsolete, you're going to be replaced by the robots or the AI. Nope.
Mm-hmm.
I would say a big no. I'm
Right.
retired, but I just feel like, when I go in the classroom as a consultant, I always reflect on that. I'm like, okay, they say we're going to be replaced, but then this teacher just did this. Can the AI do that? No. They'll have to be really advanced ways. I don't know how many years from now to be able to actually act like humans, and they're not that advanced right now, right?
And then if
Yeah.
I'm sorry, doctor, to cut
Uh-huh.
you off.
No, you're fine.
Based on what I research on, a lot of our students, of course, are when they get home. This is just my observation upon research. They are on their mobile phone playing games and all that. Then when they go to school, then they are in technology. Then where can we really develop that social skills, that making them feel to look me in the eye,
Mhm.
connect with people?
Yeah,
So I really want my students at the end, begin with the end in mind, that I want my students to be functional in the society at the end,
yeah,
that they're able to make really emotional intellectual intelligence, to make them functional in the society at the end.
yeah.
I'm very traditional in my teaching, but I know I have to keep up also with a society that, it's AI world,
Mhm.
but I don't want it to be at the expense of what I really want them to achieve at the end.
Well
It's hard,
said.
it's hard,
Well
it's
said.
very
I,
hard.
I, I totally agree with you because yeah, there has to be a very perfect balance there. You
Right,
cannot
right,
be that
that's true,
teacher. Yeah.
balance.
As you said, that you cannot be that teacher that would just snob technology. My
Right,
husband sometimes
right, right.
I would tease him like, you are such a technology snob. He's an engineer, but yet you're like, well, I just like don't like this computer. You look at this, if it's, I said if
Mhm.
something happens to technology, like computer, it doesn't work. I always told my students or the participants to like clap your hands. It's like, that makes me not as nervous. It makes me not as panicked. And I also have a plan B. Okay.
Right,
So if you're going to be
right,
doing a PowerPoint, I always
right.
have the notes copy with 3 or 4 pages notes on, for the participants, because in case the technology does not work, then I still can have some hard copy to
Right,
give them
right,
for us to
right,
continue, because it's all here, right? That
right,
my
right.
knowledge is not on that PowerPoint. It's here. In fact, when I
Mm-hmm,
do it, I usually kind of more just have it as a guide for me. All the things that
hmm.
I'm saying, I'm using as examples or as my content is all here. Okay, that's
Right.
why I cannot really teach something I do not know, right?
Right. Very
So
true. Very
yeah,
true. And when
yeah,
they see that you're making a lot of effort and you really know what you're doing or what you're teaching, it makes you credible, and it makes them trust you more.
yeah.
And of course, when it comes to technology, I want to be called a cool teacher. So I want to keep up with it.
That's
I
right.
don't
That's
want them
right.
to tell me, oh, she's boring, or she's not up to date with the latest. I want to be a cool teacher as well, but not at the expense of what I really want them to achieve and feel. And then, at the end, at
Yeah,
the end.
because you have some, I have seen this. We have teachers that will just like use it for the sake of using it. And it's not
Right.
really purposeful, like you were saying,
Right.
purposeful in order
Right.
to actually meet the goals that you have in mind. And
Right.
forming, as actually like a digital citizenship. You have you're helping them become digital citizens, but at the same time you want them to be that person, that whole
Right.
person that feels and that loves, that trusts, that would have yeah, that would have the feelings for the mankind, I guess, the kindness and all that for others. So that's something that the AI cannot help. We are so deep in here, Debbie.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nice
I'll be listening.
nice
I don't want to
conversation.
bore other people. Thank you so much,
Yeah, well,
doctor.
well, thank you,
I
Debbie.
appreciate
Debbie's
you.
becoming one of my best speakers here. So thank you so much. And I'm gonna help me welcome. I don't have my usual helpers here, but well, help me call somebody, Deb, if you don't mind.
Oh
I know.
yeah, sure, sure, doctor. Miss Verilyn
Yeah,
Maravillo.
Verlin. Yeah, Verlin
Good
is
evening,
also
ma'am.
a repeat participant. I mean, I have seen Verlin so many times. And Verlin, thank you so much for being active on Facebook. I've always seen you liking something that I post or whatever, and I pay attention to those. And here's Marlon. Marlon is in. Marlon is one of our favorites here too because Marlon is Maria's mom. And Maria was my first teacher that I have ever brought to the United States 4 years ago. So she's getting ready to be on her fifth year. J1 visa only is 4 or 5 years. So I think what she's planning to do is, unless she gets married, is to go back to the Philippines. And you have that 2 year physical requirement. You have to go back to the Philippines to share what you have learned after 5 years. And then you can always go back and do another J1 or hopefully H1B. If you have, for example, a school that really loved you, and that's the case with Maria, her administrators really love her. So then they'll be willing to sponsor you to be a J1, you know, to be a J1 participant, J1 visa person because it's hard to find schools that would actually sponsor H1B. H1B is a big deal because all of the expenses, visa related, are had to be shouldered by the school or by your sponsor. So you're not supposed to be out anything if you are going to be H1B sponsored. J1 visa, a lot of the J1 sponsors would actually want the schools to help pay or to pay the whole thing, but because it's J1, a lot of times they can either have you do half or they'll only do part of it, or some schools are even having them pay for the whole thing. But I just want to warn you that, make sure that if you're dealing with sponsors, that they're not third party, agency. They're actually under the designated visa sponsors. You can Google visa designated sponsors J1 on Google and put it in quotation. And when you see the results, the one with the word bridge in it, that's what you need to look at the list. And then of course, when you see the list, there's a window there for jobs. You need to go back and go to teacher. And then that whole list there, I think 2 or 3 pages of it, are the only ones that are visa designated. That means that they have been approved by the U.S. Department of State to be sponsors. So if they're not on the list, that means they are a third-party agency. And there's very few third-party agency that I would actually recommend because a lot of them would want you to pay like three, four, $5,000, $6,000 or more. That's a lot of money. And a lot of teachers would end up borrowing from loan sharks or whatever to do that, and then they still cannot you know, do it without the help of the actual visa designated sponsors. So why do you have to go through them when if you can go directly
Right.
to a
Mhm.
visa
Mhm.
sponsor directly. So like Glenn would be one of those that I would recommend. And so if you email me, McCullough Merlina at Gmail, I will give you Glenn's a number, and he's a nonprofit. And he is really I really a very big sponsors for teachers. He really wants to advocate for teachers. He really wants to find schools that would actually help you pay. And if you charge, it will be very minimal, very little. And I have talked to Glenn a few times, via Zoom. And so I trust him because he had done this for more than 15 years and he has helped thousands of teachers all over the world. And so every school year I usually have a talk with him and say, hey, Glenn, can you still help teachers or whatever? And the other one that I would recommend is Cultural Vistas. Cultural Vistas, Caroline is the director, and I also have her information. So I'm partners with them. I've actually done the paperwork where I partnered with them. I mean, I don't, I just want to recommend them I guess is what I'm saying, because I trust them that they are really, I mean, talking to her, her heart is in the right place. She really wants to help the teachers find some really good schools and all that. So I'm really impressed with Caroline. So anyway, so those are the two that I would recommend, Caroline and Glenn. But the other folks there, you be careful, okay? Because I don't want you to get fooled by shedding all this money and nothing
Mhm.
happens, okay? Because through your visa sponsor, if they are on that list of the designated visa sponsor, they can help you. They can help you. You'll be here within 2, 3 months. Okay, so for those that are just now starting your application, I would recommend that you, of course, do your FCE, which is your foreign credential
Credentials.
evaluation. Yeah, there's Pantran or what's the other one, Debbie? I
I don't know, doctor.
oh,
I already did mine, but
think
just
West. I
I
think
want
West.
close. Yeah, West. Yeah.
Yeah, West
Mhm.
and spantran.com. Um, this it costs about $200 or 10,000 pesos to do, but it's worth it because it's actually an organization or organization that would evaluate your transcript, see what is the equivalence of it to the US. When I came to the US in 87, I already had 2 years and a half of college at USJR at the San Jose in Cebu. And so I actually had to have them evaluate I had more than 100 hours of credits already. But when it came back, I only had 88 because for every 3 hours, for every 3 units, they only gave about 2 and 1/4. So you have less credits. So I'm like, I graduated with so many credits then because in my transcripts would, show the Philippine ones, but then all, converted to the FCE. So that's very important. That's something that if you're really serious about coming, that's something that you might want to invest, really. Don't you think, Debbie? Do you agree?
Definitely,
Yeah.
definitely, definitely. I think it's the first thing that you should be doing
Yeah.
to be able to be credible to the United States, because
Yeah.
that's what I did. I don't know the process really, doctor. I don't know so much, but I think that's the first thing you should do to be able to get a job here.
Kind of similar to what you did for going to Thailand, isn't it? I mean, you go and do
No,
your
no, no, no.
no?
When I went to Thailand, it was different. I just totally, I came there
Ah,
just a tourist and then eventually got a job, and then
so that's so
it's not
different.
the same.
Yeah, because if you
US
come,
is very different. US
yeah.
has standards. Thailand is just, in our language, morio morio, doctor.
But the thing in when
Yeah,
the U.S. is you cannot come here as a tourist and
right,
think that you could work because when you
right,
come as a tourist, you cannot work, you cannot go to school, nothing. You
mhm,
can be here as a tourist and have fun with the sites, but you cannot do any employment at all. So don't be
right,
spending money and trying to do that and then thinking that you can
right,
get a job because you're not able.
right,
Okay.
right.
So yeah, so
True.
visa, yeah. See what the process will entail is that once you have done that, and while you're waiting for that, then process your passport. Your passport will not expire to about 10 years. So I would actually do that. That's another thing that you would want to invest in. Do you agree that everybody
Yeah,
should
yeah.
have a passport? Yeah,
Mhm.
because whenever you apply, they really just do need two things, okay? And you don't need to spend money to do those two things. It's your resume and your cover letter. A big problem with resume that I've noticed is that people do not put their references on the bottom. They do not put at least two administrators and a colleague in the bottom. You have to put their name, their title, if they're principal or colleague, and then their email and their phone numbers. You need three of them because if you don't see, they don't see that, they won't, if you don't get an interview ever. I get a lot of emails from people saying, well, I've been doing this for 2 or 3 years and I never got an interview. Well, no, no, duh. Because yeah, because that's the problem is that they don't have a way to contact, people that would know you. So that's something that's a big a must. So you'll have your little, I know that when because I was a teacher, I was a professor there for teachers, and we always encourage our potential applicants that when I was doing teaching undergrad, because I later did graduate master's and specialist degrees, but when I was teaching the undergrads, we always told them that you need to um, you need to have a resume that's that is complete, had all the information, and we did not encourage them to put a picture because we want it to be like just your name. But to me, for the international applicants, I would recommend that you put your picture because when they are sorting those application, you are from another country and they want to know what you look like. I feel that I'm like, okay, okay, all these teachers, we kind of, it's different when they're teaching here, but when you are talking about people from different countries, especially for schools that have never hired any international applicants, they want to know what we look like. Okay, so to me, it's very important to have a little picture there on top, and then of course your do not put any personal information. Do not put your married, your age, if you're married, if you're, your age, if you are, how many kids you have. Don't put those. Just your professional information. Just like when I ask you to introduce yourself here, you need to include, your name, your degree, experience. Let me see. Who is it? Leo, can you please mute for me? Leo, thank you. Thank you. Anyway, so those things that you need to remember, and of course, add your extracurriculars. Those are things also that are missing. And do not put a lot of bullets after your job, and put so many bullets about what you do. Well, we know what you do. You're teaching. So unless it's something, a bullet would be something that above and beyond teaching. I would want to see that. But other than that, save room for adding extracurricular or some accolades that awards that you've had that would help, them see you as a good teacher. Do not, please put like a whole list of professional development that you have attended. Pick two or three that have really impacted you, that really you have used for years and knew the impact to student learning. Listing it is not going to give you that credit. It's about the impact that it has for you. Because then they will, those are things that you want them to include on your interview. Oh, you listed these three things. You tell us about it or whatever. So it's something that's not just a list. Okay. And so if you can stay within a page or 2 pages, a page would be perfect for your resume. That's better. You don't want, and that's a mistake I did. I thought I had 7 different, pages and I listed everything about what I've done. No, that's not what you do. Okay. It's a very, very concise, document that would actually kind of give them a picture of you. Okay. And of course, you have to include your teaching philosophy there. And for your cover letter, try to include about 3 different adjectives about you, so that they kind of know what kind of teacher you are. I'm passionate, I'm caring, I'm, whatever, I'm technology, savvy, things like that, because they really want, I mean, if you just put information there that they could see in the resume, that's redundant. You need to put things there that are not in the resume. Of course, you have to put, basic information about you as a teacher, whatever your grade and experience may be. But the meat of it should be about you. What can you do as a teacher? What have you done as a teacher? So what do you believe about teaching, how kids learn, how you learn, and so on. Sorry, I'm having a cold. So anyway, so yeah, so those things are really important. Okay, so who did you call again, Debbie? I started talking and I forgot.
Marilyn, Miss
Oh,
Marilyn.
Berlin. Berlin, did you want to talk to us? If you don't want to talk, just tell me. You can just say, well, I don't really feel like talking today or whatever, because or you can just comment about the conversation Debbie and I just had. So if you want to comment, I started actually with the 5 core propositions this morning, and I introduced myself, and then Debbie and I had shared about technology, and you believe in, how teachers should use technology. Well, I brought up the words to, what was it? Digital natives versus digital immigrants. You know, a lot of us are digital, immigrants. Well, our students are digital natives. My grandbaby or granddaughter, 2 years old, I think, or something, that she was already messing with iPads and, and already was borrowing dad and mom's iPhones, trying to play with it. And this is 2, 3 years old, so that's the technology world that they are seeing when they are first, in this world before they even go to school, so anyway, all right. So who was it again? Oh, what did you say?
Berlin.
Berlin, are you going to talk to us? Or are you being shy today? Okay, there you go. All right, talk to us, please, Verlin. Tell us about, maybe tell us some learning that you've done. You've attended so many times here. So tell me some things that you may have used or something, for example, applications that you've had because of our Zoom or things that you've learned from the videos or whatever. Do you want to share, Verlin, or not? Whatever.
I'm sharing the knowledge of the student. I always did that
Okay. You
because
believe.
yeah,
Do you want
we
to turn
need
on your
to
camera or you cannot turn on your camera today?
my internet connection is too poor so that
Okay, no
it's
problem.
okay to yeah,
No problem. I do encourage
always
that if you are a new applicant, a new participant, like brand new, please make sure that you have the ability to turn your camera because I would like to meet you. I've met Verlin so many times, so I'm going to excuse her right now. I'm kidding. Hey, and so your knowledge of students is very important. How do you do that? How do you get to know your students?
before I start my class, I see to it that they are ready. They are ready to listen. They are prepared, and the environment is um conducive for learning. And I see to it that every I know every one of my student is I know each one of them their likes and dislikes and the learning styles of
Okay,
each of my students so that
perfect.
I
And
know what are the strategies that or activities that are needed to their um abilities and weaknesses
very
like
good.
that.
So you used it for differentiation as well. So very good. And that's a perfect answer, by the way. If that was an interview questions, you would have gotten the perfect score for me, because
Okay.
yeah, because you actually mentioned about the way that you use your knowledge of students. How do you get to know your kids? Then how do you use that knowledge of students in order to apply it to your knowledge of content? So you have actually done both propositions. Perfect. Good job. So
Thank you.
anyway, and so of course, when we give feedback, I'm bad about just saying perfect, good job, excellent. You need to be specific. I really like the way that you connected those two things. Those are specific things that you could say when you do your feedback
Okay.
instead of just saying, oh, good job. I would do that, but then at the same time, I would be specific about what they did good on. So I hope that you do that in your classrooms, because kids are get tired of listening. Oh, good, or good job, very good, but then they don't know what they did good or very good. You have to be specific. I used to tell my students and my or workshop participants that my favorite phrase is specific is terrific. You know, I always say that. I'm like, specific is terrific. You have to give me examples so that it will be specific. Okay, so if you Berlin just put a heart on it. Thank you. But yeah, it's yeah, specific is terrific. Share that with your students that you cannot just be vague about something. You have to give me an example because your example will be different than your classmates or your colleagues. So that's why specific is terrific. Okay, Verlin, nice, no, no, nice answer about your knowledge of students. Yay. Now you get to call on who you want to talk next. I do that a lot in my classroom too. I have students to call. Who do you want to help you? Or who do you want to call next? Okay, Fran, my cousin is in. Okay, welcome. So, Verlin, do you want to call somebody, pick on somebody? It could be Marlon, it could be Fran. These are my regulars. These are I call them Memphis 13, West Memphis 13, and so there's two of them so far that I see. And Albert is here. Thank you, Albert. Lenny. Um, How? Belated happy birthday, Doc. That's what Berlin. Yeah. Thank you so much for that. I did have my 57th birthday, and it's quiet because it was about to snow. So I was not going to have a party and get everybody to get stuck. And it was going to be like a heavy snow. That's it's still white outside. The all the snow's not melted yet because the temperature has been so low as well. So it's not doesn't have time to or the temperature it needs in order to melt. So I actually have not left my house, my driveway for 5 days now. That's how bad it got because we kind of live like you have to go in about 1 mile in order to or less than a mile to go out to the main road. And so of course, being out there in a gravel road, it's all full of like it's really just maybe 4 or 5 inches of snow right now. And then of course when it gets colder at night, it becomes ice. So driving in ice is the most dangerous thing that you could do. I nearly died one time when I first learned how to drive I think it was maybe 1990. I learned to drive in 1987, but around before I graduated in 91, no, it was 88 maybe. Anyway, I was a new driver anyway, that I was hard-headed. I did not know about how dangerous it was. And, I was living in the dorm, and then I told my husband I had to go. It was a Sunday afternoon. I have to go because I have a test tomorrow, Monday. I said, no, you need to not go because it's supposed to do this and so on. And so I was hard-headed and I went and it was already icing and the road was really like ice. And so I was driving, did not know that you're not supposed to like hit your brake because if you hit your brake, you're just gonna turn around. And that's what happened to me. My car turned around and luckily for me, there's nobody that came on the other side of the road. I would have been hit and then it turned around like this. And then so I went up, trying to balance it and it went to the ditch. And luckily for me, the ditch had water that was frozen. So I went right back to the road. I went to the ditch because it was not icy, I would have fallen into the water. So to me, God was protecting me. And then I would say, oh, I hate to tell my husband he was right, but I was 30 minutes from home. So I ended up going back because that was a 2-hour drive. That's only a fourth of the drive. And so I hate to tell you, dear, but you're right about this time. This time that yeah, I should not be driving in the ice. Snow, I've driven in snow. It's not as dangerous to me as the ice because the snow, especially when it's like, the snow that you can actually make snowman. They are the snow that you could actually manipulate like this. And it's okay because when in the road, when those trucks go, they are leaving a path, like the rut of the wheels. So what I do is I usually just follow those paths, right? Because they've already made the path safely for me. But with ice, it's not the case. There's no path on the ice. They don't do what the snow does. So that was and on my way, like on my way home one time, I was driving in the snow, and I guess some places already iced. And there is this hill that we have to go in, and it was going to be like this, so which means you have to do your brake the whole entire time because it's so high like this. So I have to pump. You have to pump your brake. You don't just hit the brake like this. You have to like pretty much like pump it a little, in order to go. And I'm like over there the whole time praying, oh, please God, let me live through this because that's how dangerous it was. Because I was thinking I could hit this and then I could go to the valley, to this to the big ditch, if I go out of control. So yeah, it's dangerous. So anyway, so that's what happened. That's the weather right now in Arkansas. It's really cold. It's 32 degrees is when it's frozen, and I think it's been 25, maybe 20s right now. So, and then I have a cold, so I did not need to go outside. I made a reel, I think when I woke up, when I saw the snow, and I have not posted it, but yeah, you could see the white everywhere, reel that I made. And I was so crazy. I was like in my pajamas and I was over there by my porch and I was videotaping. I was frozen. I'm like, oh my gosh, no, I need to get out of here. But maybe that's how I got my cold. Anyway, that was not very smart. So don't do that. Because when you come to the United States, you're going to have your winter clothing. And my house is so warm. Those people that have come to my house, it's so warm here that it's like summer all year long. So I didn't need, I don't need any winter clothes in my house. Right now, I'm like, this first time that I've actually wore a sweater in the house because I'm like, well, what do I wear today that, I'm always wearing blazers. I need to make it different. So I was looking through, I'm like, oh, that sweater looks good. But here I am, very hot actually in there because it's 78 degrees. I don't know how it is translated. Somebody Google that. Translate 78 Fahrenheit to Celsius. Somebody can do that maybe. But I remember the formula, something with 32 in it. Anyway, so what is that? Somebody do that? What is the temperature? If it's 78 degrees, what is that in Celsius? You can do Google. I can do that. Hey Siri, convert 78 degrees Fahrenheit to Celsius.
That would
20.
be 25.56 degrees Celsius.
All right. Talking about technology, 25 Celsius. Talking about technology, Debbie and I just did, oh my gosh, I do not know how we live before iPhone and before Siri and before Google. I don't know how I live like that because I use it for my notes when I go for my groceries. I know I use all my passwords are there with codes, Filipino codes in it. So even if somebody will find my password, they would not know what it means. But it's really, to me, it's like a connection. It's like a extension of my life, it seems like. I also got this iWatch, right? And the iWatch that I got is something that it's independent from my phone. I mean, it's connected, but I could still use it as a different phone. Like if I forgot my phone, if I have this, it's like my actual phone because it has its own line. And that's what I would ask you to do is do that. My friends and family, especially my family, would complain that I never answer my phone because I never hear it because half of the time it's on silent. And so anyway, because I'm Zooming or something. So, or I'm having a Zoom or a conversation with someone and I was, on the, personally that I would actually silent my phone so I wouldn't be distracted. But then I forget to put it back on. That's this the thing. Put it back in, ringing mode again. So anyway, so those are I don't know how we got to the weather. That's very, in our classroom, the students actually do that on purpose. They would actually do a digression, have you go on a certain topic, especially your favorite topic, in order for them to like, okay, the teacher got off the topic and we got into more interesting topic. I have been victimized a few times with my high school students with that, but anyway, but I do that to myself a lot of times. But it becomes funny. And when you're having students have humor in your classroom, if you make it funny, they're going to remember it more. Okay, if they taste something or you make them laugh, or if you shock them, if you shock them about something that really would stay in their memory. How I knew that is that things that make us laugh so hard in our classroom, at the end of the year, I would ask them to do list 10 things that you remember from whatever grade I'm teaching, 8th grade or 9th grade or 4th grade, whatever I was teaching. And they would put those 10 things, and the things that always showed up there were things that made us laugh so hard or shocked them or surprised them or, made them happy because I brought a speaker in. One of the things that I brought was this Japanese lady friend of mine, and she did, because we were doing haiku, a Japanese unit, I did a Japanese unit, and so she was doing in her little kimono, and then we were doing sushi, and we were doing, tea ceremony, and the kids remember that. They most of them that year wrote that. They remember that, Miss K's visit. And so anyway, so when you do something like that in your classroom, at the end of the year, having them to reflect about 10 or 20 things, whatever you want to say, about their experience for the year. And then I share that with the students for next year. That's in the first week. I'm like, okay, you want to know about me? These are some things that my students last year said about this class. So then I kind of, those are some ideas that you could write down, that these are more testimonials from your students last year. In Miss McCullough's class, be careful about this, because I told them include warning. When she started talking with her teeth, she's not happy. Don't even go anywhere. Don't make her matter, because I'm like, gosh, I start doing this, but I'm like, so I guess I'm trying to control my temper, because I'm like, oh my God, this is really making me upset. But I'm like, start talking on my teeth. I mean, they are so good about, doing simulation of that. At the end of the year, we would do like, okay, act like somebody in your classroom. That's something that we did. And they would do things about what the teacher did. And it's so funny. The kids were just like, that's Miss McCullough, all that. But then, oh, that's so and so, they would act like somebody's, mannerism and all that. And sometimes I would do things like, okay, you go outside the room, because I'm watching them use their sensory details. You have to use your senses. So I want you, this one is an observation skills, for example. So I would have a kid go outside the classroom and I would say, okay, I want you to change one thing. Okay, so they would change their earrings or take their earrings off, or they would flip their shoes or something that they would change about themselves, their hair, whatever, maybe take a braid off, or change their hair. So you have to see when they come back in, what is something that this student changed, and they start, oh my God, we should have paid attention. So then I have them to practice, like, okay, I want you to do a vivid description about someone. Because later on, when you do the second student, the third student, they're going to be more attentive. They're going to say, okay, we better pay attention to the hair, we better pay attention to the shoes, and so on. Because when you are describing something, you're going to have to really look at it in details. So anyway, so got it. Digress again. Okay, Debbie, bring me back to the original topic. Bring me to the original topic. What was the conversation before I digress?
Doctor, this is a new thing I wanna hear from you, really, as an administrator as well, because I'm interested. Like Miss Verlin was mentioning about knowledge of student. Do we have access, if we as teachers in the US, do we have access to the profile of the student? Like what do we have access
Yes.
to that? 'Cause-
Definitely, and you should have, because those
yeah.
are called cumulative records here, CUMS, CUM. And so CUMS, I know it could mean bad. It could mean bad, but it's CUMS, with capital CUMS. And as is a cumulative records of students, and a lot of them will be in the main office. A lot of times it will be either in your school building or in the district office, but good school administrators would actually give you that. And in Arkansas, we're lucky that, and I don't know if this is true with all the states. I know in Arkansas, we have a portal that teachers have access to, where it has a sandbox. It has all the students' information, the assessment data, everything about students.
Yeah.
They would do that. When I was an administrator, I was I continue to be a data geek, but I was really a big data geek. And because I was a district person, I was a district K-12 literacy specialist. So I had access to all the students. So in one of the schools that I did, there were 4,000 students. So I have access to 4,000 records. So kindergarten, and then I was there in that school for 5 years. So I had 5 years. We had a curriculum partner there, who had his doctorate in statistics. So he's really good at data. I could just call him and say, hey, can you give me the data of this, whatever, and this particular class, school, when I'm doing a workshop. And then he would do the history of what the average score for whatever literacy or math or whatever. And he would do that for me just like that. But anyway, so we had made universal data for students. That's before our state had provided that. So I always had universal data whenever I was working. When I was working as a teacher, I had assessment data, a binder. So I had a binder of the students' assessment records from last year. So I would see, as a class, what was the weakness. I would do an item per item analysis. That's how geeky I was, which was really good because
Yeah.
students did well. I mean, at the end of the year, we usually have one of the top scorers, because I was able to plug in the things that I saw as a weakness. So as a data geek, it benefited me. So, you don't have to be as extreme as I am, but it would help if you would actually
And I
look.
don't think it's extreme, doctor. I think it's very important that we have a background of them and where they are, because if we really just, it's easy to say the knowledge of student knowledge, but to really put work to
Yeah.
know really them, it's very important. And what you're saying is very important. So we will be able to know where we can differentiate the learning then,
Yeah, because
and
yeah,
also do we have access also to their profile, like their ethnicity, what their parents do? So that's everything in the portal that you're
yes.
saying, because I
Um,
just want to make sure I
In the
have access.
portal, I don't think the parents will be there. In the portal, would all about students. It will be their assessment records,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, all
But
technical stuff.
the cumulative folder in your office, in your building's office, in the secretary, of the principal's office, that's every student's file is in there. You will have all that. because it will
Okay,
have the
all right.
students' records from kindergarten on or whenever they had a student.
Okay, all right.
It will have everything there from the comments of the, for the report card, whatever comments, and to everything, and the history of the
Okay, that's good
child.
to
You'll
know.
notice things
That's
that
good to know.
are the adopted. My former colleagues, had read on the cumulative record, for example, that this child was adopted. Well, she was not aware that the parents never told the child. So she told the child. That's a big deal.
Mhm.
So you be careful about that,
Yeah,
okay?
right,
So
right,
yeah, you be
right.
careful about it. And we also have FERPA, which is a privacy thing, where you do not share those personal
Yeah.
information about
Mm-hmm,
child
mm-hmm,
other than the
mm-hmm,
parents. You do
mm-hmm,
not share it with
mm-hmm,
another parent. That's why when
mm-hmm.
two children are in trouble, and the other parent would say, "What happened to the other child? What did you do?" That's something I deal with the other child. But let's face about how we're dealing with your child, because they want to do that. They want to be nosy. I want to know what you did with the other child. Don't do that. Don't share those information.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And as
And is
administrator,
that part of a contract that a teacher in the U.S. would have to sign up for, or is that very clear in the contract? Or
that's part of a required PD. It's a FERPA. It's a required PD. It's a professional development that you have to know all about FERPA. There's a little test at the end of this training to know what are the things that you could share, not share. So
but as
so
a
yeah,
teacher, we know we have to be discreet, but it's very important that that the school or the administrators spell it out, because sometimes Filipinos are very communal, and we have the tendency to be, just sharing because we are concerned in that matter. But in the U.S., it's very different.
it's
I've
very different.
noticed that it's very,
Yeah,
very
it's
different.
very different. Yeah, just be careful about sharing any private
Yeah, yeah,
information about
no,
the
yeah.
child if you're not talking about either their parents or teachers that have handled them, that are still handling them right now. Because if they are not there, they're not one of the teachers that's teaching the child, you could get in trouble. So do not share those information, and especially health records too. Somebody has
Right.
asthma, somebody was this, somebody was that. Don't share those ever. Okay, that's HIPAA.
Mhm.
That's a rule that you cannot share health information also. So health information and personal information, you do not share those about your students. And whenever I was very strict about to myself. Whenever I was posting students' work, I would have them put first name only, for example. Do not put your last name. And then for the grade, I would put a stamp, but usually I don't put like 100%, 80%, whatever. I just put like my stamp that says very good, excellent, whatever. But the grades itself would be on my record, but I don't put it up on my bulletin board thing that, you are supposed to display student work. That's one thing I look as an administrator in your classroom. Do you have a display of student work? Okay. And so a student work that you display is not just worksheet. It should be something that's really kind of deep, not just like multiplication facts, for example. But, unless it's a bulletin board that you made in order for students to master the multiplication facts. I've done that before in my classroom where I would have this like first, second, and third, facts scores on this bulletin board because I want them to master their tables 0 to 9 or to 12, I think. 0 to 12. So the top scorers I would put, so it changed daily because I had a daily what did I call it? Anyway, math. I don't remember how I call it, but time math. I'll remember it later. But anyway, where we had 5 minutes to do 100 problems. So you do that if you have fifth graders. So for fourth graders, they have 6 minutes. For sixth graders, you had 4 minutes. So it's become the higher they go, it less than 1 minute less. So I would recommend that I guess by third grade, they should know their multiplication and hopefully master, at least to 9, table 9. I have taught all the grades except 10th and 12th. And I noticed when I was teaching math that, because I've taught all the subjects, because I had a self-contained class, for example, that I had to teach all the subjects. So when I was teaching math to my students, I made sure that they know their multiplication facts. I mean, I was obsessed with it because there are two things that students should memorize with technology now, especially. They should know their ABC and they should know their multiplication facts. Those are the two things. Otherwise, I know you have I know you have calculator on your phone or whatever too, but on the test in math, they're not going to be given one. There might be a portion of the test, like the problem solving, where they are given a calculator, but a lot of times there's math fluency involved, which means that they want to know what your students, know in a fast, fluent way, so that they have this mastery of math facts. And I noticed that not very many classrooms have 100% mastery. I made that, for myself, where they took their speed test. That's what I called it. Their speed test. Research is saying that's not good because it actually would stress the students now. This was, you have to remember, I taught in the 90s. 91
Right.
first year of
And
teaching.
that's how we were taught as well,
Yeah,
to
in
be
the- in the-
quick, to be quick
in-
thinkers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in the 90s, it was fine because because we wanted them to, I had them to have an individual graphing thing, where I had like the graph, that like a bar graph. It would have 0 to 80, and then they would start doing the next graph would be 80 to 80, 81 to 85, and they start graphing there. And so they are seeing their growth, you see, individual growth. So they're comparing themselves to themselves instead of to others. And so, but I would have like the top scorers to have this. I have this little step, the step stool thing like you do with Olympics, where they have to stand, the first, second, and third thing. I have those, and I have the little plastic medal that I put in the the gold and the silver and the copper, things. So I would do stuff like that in order, on Fridays, to see the high scorers. And so I gave awards like that because I want them to really learn. And so some students are like, oh, I don't really want to practice at home. And because I gave them some practice sheets, especially on the table that they have not mastered. And so I said, okay, I have a trick for you. Okay. This will be, because everybody's got microwave in the US, right? And even at that time. So I said, okay, I want you to take the speed test, right, for 5 minutes. But then before you do that, you need to wash like potatoes. You like potatoes? Yes. So I said, okay, you need to wash it and maybe, have your parents put a fork on it and kind of stab it a little bit and then wrap it in plastic or something and saran wrap and then put it in the microwave for 5 minutes. And when you put the 5 minutes in, then you start your test. So when you finish your test, you have this potatoes that's cooked, and you slice, you take the plastic off, you slice this tomato, your potatoes in half, and you can put Miracle Whip or you can put your sour cream on it, and you put little ham and salt and pepper and all this, and it's really a good snack. So anyway, I was I was sharing that with my students, and you know how you share and you don't know the impact that you did. Well, whenever I had my parent teacher conference for that year, teachers were like, parents were like, Miss McCullough, my kid used to not like potatoes. Now it's like one of his favorite snacks because you share this thing. Every time he did his speed test, he would be having this potato. I used to not have to buy potatoes. Now I have to buy potatoes in sacks now. And so anyway, so those are little things that you do in the classroom that would encourage your students, because I knew they love to eat anyway. So that year, they really, anything that we did, can we cook something? Can we do, we were cooking popcorn when we were writing about steps steps to writing procedures. So they have to do, first you do this, then you do this, and so on. So we actually did that. So if you are doing a procedure on how to cook popcorn, you have to write the procedures and then you do it and see if the procedures were correct. And a lot of times at that time that I did the popcorn thing, everybody forgot to plug in the popcorn popper. Because if they did not do that, then the popcorn popper is not gonna work at all. So they decided, oh, so that's what you do. You have to think about like a task analysis. These are some things in your head that you have to think about. Step 1, step 2, step 3, and so on. But they actually had to like share their talent on that particular one. Okay, when you do football, this is what you need to know. First, boom, and then they actually dress up in their football thing and their little helmet thing and in their little football, and they were showing how to do football. The kids were writing it down and they were sharing it verbally. But then they got to feel cool because they're sharing what they are involved in, but how to do it with their classmates. And they felt like, I'm an expert on this one.
Right.
Okay, so things like that, make it real for your kids. If you're studying history, for example, I'm a U.S. history buff. We're actually like the biography of presidents. So I had my kids assign the kids numbers, right? That's what you need to do. Put it in ABC order, assign them numbers. That way you'll have them memorized too by numbers a lot of times. So your your kids that will start with A last name would usually be your number one. And so anyway, so then number one would study President one. So George Washington was one. So number two is John Adams. Number three is Thomas Jefferson and Madison and Monroe. You know, I can't memorize. I used to memorize all of them, but now I'm like maybe to 20. But but anyway, so they would do a history research on this. And so their job is to look at the history or the research about the president, but then they have to compare it with your life. What were the things that this president did that you could connect? Like, is this president kind? Is this president, naughty? Like, one president,
Something they can relate.
yeah, they can relate. The number 16 is Abraham Lincoln, right? He's the one on Penny. And so that's one of the favorite presidents. So number 16 is Lucky. So then they say, oh, he was so determined. And I'm like, what do you mean determined? He said, well, because he was so patient and determined. He said, he lost 9 times in elections and continued until finally he won. I mean, can you imagine losing 9 times and continue to do it? That showed that you are patient, you are persistent, you got grit. So while I'm having them learn about biography, they're also connecting with their lives, which is an important part of your lesson. Anything you do, have them to always connect to their lives. That way it sticks. It would stick here. And then they have to present it, and they have to dress like one. Some of them would do some of them would just do like paper, thing that they do at that time, the period, this is what they were wearing or whatever. But anyway, so I got some really creative students and parents. I have really strong relationship with the parents because they were there in my classroom every Friday. I have Friday luncheon where they would come in and eat lunch with their students. But the ones that were in trouble for that week, they have to go to the study hall out of our classroom. So they don't get to see the videos for the week. They don't get to see all these fun things that we did that I'm showing the parents, and them. So it's like a showtime thing. So anyway, so those are some things you can do in your classroom that would stick in their mind. It would be, doing commercials in order to help them do persuasive speech, make your own commercial. You have to convince people how to, buy this product. And when they did their commercial, a dog commercial, they'll have their classmate pretend as a dog, and they're talking about that thing, and then somebody's eating like, bring the dog food, real dog food. They were like pretending to eat it. It's so funny. Everybody's laughing. But anyway, so make it real for the kids. What does this look like in real life? What is the real life connections to this? Bring it to your classroom. The moment you do that, that's the moment when your lesson is going to be impactful, because they're going to come home talking about how funny so-and-so was pretending to be a dog. Okay, it was so cool that so-and-so wore, his football uniform and sharing about football. They're going to come home saying that to the parents. And so, which means they're going to remember it more, right? So somebody was asking, Marlon, you're asking me, permit to leave the Zoom, something to do, prepare. Okay, that's fine. She's always here every time anyway. So no problem. Who else? Oh, Marlon said that learner's profile, your cumulative record is called learner's profile. So you have that, I guess, in the Philippines. Can somebody share with me about learner's profile? I didn't know you call it that. Thank you, thank you, Marlon. So tell me about how you use your learner's profile or have seen it. What's in it? Albert or Ed or Lenny, Vivian, anybody who wants to tell me about how they use the learner's profile about their students? And where does it build? Where is it? Is it given to you? Is the office give that to you, or do you have to go to the office, or how does that work? Because here you access it through the internet online. Debbie, do you remember? Anybody want to talk? People that I called, Albert, Ed, okay, Leo, or Lenny, or Vivian, Verlin. Who wants to talk about learner's profile before? If you don't, then Debbie's going to answer it for me, maybe.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Doctora.
Hey, hi, Ed. Yeah, it's Merlina. Just Merlina. Anyway, so yeah, tell me about learner's profile.
Actually, here in Saudi Arabia, I'm
Saudi
currently
Arabia.
in Saudi Arabia.
Hmm?
Yeah, we call it students' record.
Record.
We
Okay.
have no access. We have no access to students' record except for their name, their religion, their nationality,
Oh.
because the school is hiding the record from us. Actually, I'm requesting from the academic in charge to at least share to us their profile so that we'll be able to know whether there's a progress from their previous grades or if there's a progress. We can compare.
Right. Is that an
So
international
I hope
school? Is that an
I'm
international school?
yeah, I'm teaching in Saudi International School in
Okay.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. So international school is like a private school, and private schools
It's a
are going to be so different.
private school.
Yeah, it's going to be so different. They're going to be more strict about that. In
Yeah,
public school,
especially here in this
yeah,
country where there are so many restrictions, especially in
yeah.
terms of religion.
Yeah, you're right. I was in Saudi Arabia for 16 days. I did a school evaluation. I was a lead evaluator, and we did accreditation for international schools. And that's
Wow.
how I got to see, what are the things that they were sharing with parents and what were not, because I had to have, interviews with parents, with administrators, with teachers, and with students. So I had to interview, the whole team, there was 5 of us, interview them. So that's kind of what I remember that they were sharing with us. And I remember thinking that this is not the same as the US. They seem to be more strict. And that you have just validated that point, right? Yeah.
A lot of things that are prohibited. Sharing information is really difficult here.
It's very, yeah. I could see that. Because, international schools, they're not cheap. They're very expensive there. I was
Really,
shocked how much they
really,
were
it's
charging.
very
Yeah.
expensive.
And so the beauty of it is that because I was a lead evaluator for an accreditation company, right? I was a consultant. And so the owners of the international schools, right? They have so much at stake because our accreditation is like a stamp of approval. And so they were over
True.
there, like took us to the restaurant. They always have a dinner for the team. And then of course they brought their team with them, their leadership team or, some teachers or whatever. And of course the owners would sit where? Where do you think? Next to the lead evaluator. And so I really got to see, and I told my team, hey guys, I know we're eating dinner. This is still part of our evaluation. You need to listen to what they're saying so that when we ask them questions later, you'll have a basis of what you've heard. This is an informal visit, but these are still data that we could use. So they don't know that actually they were being informally interviewed, were visiting with us because I would ask questions, oh, so how do you do this or whatever, so it's like part of a very good segue of the conversation, but it's really in my head, I'm like putting it down, like, okay, this standard, I'm looking at this standard right now and having this conversation very smoothly. When you have done it for years, you will be smoother. But anyway, but yeah, in Saudi Arabia, that's a big one. And I love your international schools there. I went to one that's mixed and I went to one that's all girls. And so did I do mix on the first one? Anyway, so yeah, I remember the girls' school because I remember thinking that, oh my God, the fathers are not even allowed to come in. That
That's
only,
true. Before, really, there are so much restrictions when ladies are not allowed to go to the boys section,
that's it. There's no mix.
and vice versa.
Yeah. Yeah. Even in a workshop, I did a workshop. We had a global conference and I did 2 different, workshops. And so in one workshop that I did, it was in Riyadh and, there were only all ladies. And in the other workshop that I did, it was a mix. So I remember the entrance was like different though. The men go this way and the women goes this way. And when they were in my, I guess they must have liked my topic. It was about technology and brain-based learning. And so they had like all the seats were occupied and they had people standing up, so that was it's always a nice thing for a, workshop person to like, ooh, maybe they like my topic. So I had to make it like, okay, how do I make it where I would have them to work together? So I was aware of that about the men and women thing. So of course, when they just group men only and women only, right? And so it was a good experience. So thank you for reminding me of that. So yeah, Leo, you're right about that. It's right. International schools are like private schools. They have their own rules. And in America, public schools are funded by public money, which is taxes, right? Which are taxes. So we have to have a website and we have to show them things like, for example, the teachers' pay, your administrators' pay, they're all public information. If you go to any website of any schools in the United States that are public schools, they have required information. Required information are salaries of teachers, salaries of administrators. You'll know exactly what your principals make, what your superintendent makes, all that. So yeah, so when I did my doctorate dissertation, I was comparing about the impact of the impact to learning by national board certified teachers or your teachers of higher ed, masters and above. So in order to get that data, I have to go to every website of every school that has 11th graders in it. So I have to have a list of that in Arkansas for that year. And then, so I have to put down a column for, is it national board or not? What is their highest education and so on. And so master, specialist, doctorate. And then after that, I had to turn it into the Department of Education in order for them to give me the information about the free and reduced lunch percentage for that school, which means that I'm looking at the impact of these teachers to 11th grade students in Arkansas and their socioeconomic status, their SES. So, which means that in schools with, lots of it's a high poverty school, so lots of poor kids, which ones are more impactful, the national board certified teachers or the ones with masters and above? And in my data, I found that it was if they have both, they're so good. They are so much more impactful, which makes sense to me. But whenever I was doing my interview, Leo, it's like, you have to defend your dissertation, right? So when I was defending it, they were like, oh, so Merlina, so what do you think? Do you think that it's national board? Do you think it's masters and above? And of course, they're going to be biased to the masters and above because they're higher ed educators, right? They're all, these are people with doctorate degrees and teaching in that school. So I said, well, you know what? I'm national board certified and I have, I'm about to get at that time because I'm about to get my doctorate degree. So I'm also biased to that. So this is like you asking me if I have to pick Stephanie or Jet. These are my two kids. I said, I cannot pick which ones. I love both of them. I love that I am learning a lot about the 5 core propositions of national board. And I love that I also had higher education, from a master's specialist and now doctorate soon, that I feel like I should not be choosing because I like both of them. I feel like these two things are so impactful for teachers. But if somebody will ask me, which one should I go first? Should I go for my national board or should I go for my master's or, or specialist or whatever, or doctorate? And I would say, do your master's first or your higher ed first, then national board. You know why? Because to me, you have the foundation of the theories of all the, the different tools and all that things that you learn from the graduate school, from the graduate degree, and, some things that you have applied in your classroom that you could actually use when you write about your, classroom experiences for national board. So yeah, so that's my topic because that was my passion. I was passionate about, helping teachers achieve their national board certification. That's what my passion was. I was traveling all over the United States, as a consultant, helping, groups of candidates for national board. Now I was in Miami, I was in different places where they were bringing me. I was a consultant for national board at that time. I'm not now, but I always believe that those with national board certification is like an extra board for you. It's an extra certification above what you take as a teacher. And so we were getting at that time 5,000 a year for 10 years, so 50,000 extra. Now it's 10,000, but it's only for 5 years. It's still 50,000. And I did that twice. So it's good for 10 years and then you recertify and you do another 10 years. So I did 20 years of it. And it's not easy. It's like at that time, it was like 25% passing. So for every 100 applicants, only 25 passed it the first time. And my sister and I both were our teachers, our educators, and we both passed it the first time. We felt lucky and blessed, but it's not. But to me, I felt like I learned more about how to do it, about, national board and corporate positions when I was helping others read about their write-up, their narratives, because they have, because I saw the things that they were doing differently, from their first attempt to their second attempt to their third attempt. I was able to see that and I learned from that. But I did not do that for my own because I passed it the first time. It's not something that should brag about, but it's something I was proud of. But to me, it was more impactful to see it when you were the second time or the third time because you actually keep learning. And that's what I felt like I was doing when I was supporting them. Okay. So yeah, so that's a very good conversation, Leo. Thank you for that. Now, Leo, you're the friend of Mike, right? You're the friend of Mike or student of Mike? What was it? What's your relationship with Mike Roca? Or do you know him? I don't remember. Do you remember Mike Roca? He's always, I don't know, he's not here today. He's usually my assistant on this Zoom. Can you hear me? Okay.
Doc, you meant to say me, Ed, or
Yes.
Leo?
I'm sorry, Ed. Ed. I thought Leo again. I was like watching Leo. Okay, Ed, do you know
Okay.
Mike?
No, so I don't know him.
Oh, okay. So I'm thinking about different person. Okay. So you have not introduced yourself then, have you? Because I've seen your name before.
I used to introduce last year. This is my
Yeah,
second.
that's how I remembered. So I remembered your
You
face.
remember me last time when I joined with my scars because of shingles?
I
You remember
got it.
that?
Okay, yeah. I said I've seen his face before. I'm telling you, after I turned 50, I'm so forgetful now. So, but I
Yeah.
usually remember faces or names. But anyway, yeah, remind us about you though. How many years of experience do you have and what are you teaching there?
I have more than 25 years of teaching experience.
Okay,
More than
good.
25.
And how many years in Saudi Arabia?
17 years already.
Okay, nice.
I taught 12 years in the public school in the Philippines.
Okay. So you have a very diverse experience. So when you have a teaching,
True.
if you have an interview here in any administration, with any administration here in the US, you need to make sure that you say those things. Like I have
Yes.
diverse experiences because I was teaching in the Philippines and then I went to Saudi Arabia and I'm able to address the needs of diverse kids. You need to use those information in your answers. Okay?
Actually, really, it's a diverse classroom,
Mhm.
diverse learners with multiple intelligence,
Mhm.
cultural differences, a lot
Mhm.
of things to address.
Yes, yes, yes. And diversity, I know we always think of racial diversity, but it's not just that. And a good point that you're making because they have cultural differences. Yes, and they even have
True.
in the US, they have like family structure differences. You have a lot of students where they're raised by their single mom or by grandma or whoever. In here, if they're being raised by grandparents or aunts or whatever, they're considered homeless because they're not being raised by their parents. That was a very big aha for me when I was administrator. I'm like, what? Why are they calling him homeless? They're not in the streets. Well, because they're not in their home with their parents. I'm like, whoa, that's new to me. But that's their label that they could put in there. But anyway, so the structure of the family is a biggie here because we have, especially in the city, in the urban areas, we have a lot of single parents that are is prevalent. I know when I was teaching in Little Rock for just a little bit, most of my African American students were single, were used, raised by their single mom or grandmas or aunts. Most, if not 100%. And but then my Asian students, like we had a lot of Indian students at that time because the school was close to hospitals and research centers, and so their parents are like doctors. They came into the parent teacher conference wearing their doctors scrubs or research, the researchers and so on. And so of course you can see that of course these students, you can just tell, I'm like, they're so strict about studying, about their kids are like asking me for extra homework. And I said, don't ask for extra homework. You need to be a kid at home too. Yeah, but my parents make me study for so long. And I'm like, yeah, but so when I talk to the parents, I also talk about balancing. They have to be a kid too. I was teaching sixth, seventh grade, and ninth graders at that time. And so here are my kids, my Asian kids specifically, asking me for extra homework. And these kids are excelling. These are my all A students or A's and B's. They're asking for extra homework, for extra, and I'm like, no, be a kid. And I said sometimes it needs to be a good balance between, them experiencing their childhood or them just missing their childhood altogether because we're making them, really focus on education. I was very poor, raised in the Philippines, and my father was so strict and he was so big on like, you have to study, you have to do this, that he was preventing us from like actually playing with other kids because you have to go in and study. So guess what we were doing when dad was gone? We were over the place. Playing cards, playing all these games, and then we got ready with our things to do when dad was coming in. Okay, I was always like, okay, for example, my book. I'm reading a book, and the other kids were like doing their own thing, what they were doing chores wise or whatever, because we have this little thing that we do whenever dad came in, because we're not supposed to be playing. We're supposed to be like, either doing task or study. Yeah, and when I see these Korean movies and this the sea movies and the escape movies, that's very common. It's very common that they're really focusing on studies. And to
Studying.
me, yeah,
Also here.
yeah. And see, then because of my learning from that, I made my children like, guys, as long as you do your work, your work, I don't have any complaints from teachers and you are reaching your potential. I don't have a problem. If you had an indoor pool at that time, so I'm like, have your friends come over. I will feed you. I'll cook you hot dogs or hamburgers or whatever, pizza, because I want them to be kids. They have to be to me, a well-balanced child is much more, it's much, healthier, I think, because other than a child that's just totally geek and not know anything about, what Debbie and I talk about, the whole child, about the physical needs and emotional needs being met or social needs being met. So I think as parents and as teachers, we need to remember, are we meeting the pies, the physical, intellectual, emotional, and social skills of our students, right? Is that what you do? Is Ed, I keep calling you Leo, I'm so sorry. Ed, what do you do in your classroom that you feel like I'm hitting the pies?
Yeah.
This are
Actually, my practice here is I have to maximize the classwork so
okay.
that there will be less homework. But
Nice.
some parents they want more homework, extra practice sheets that I have to upload in the LMS. But I'm telling my students, this is study well in the class so that you will have less time to do in the you have less work to do in the house and you can play.
Yeah, you could. Very good. Yeah, you echo what I said. Yes, that's good because I think that's so important. Play is just as important. I feel sad
Yeah,
when,
I'm telling the kids we have to balance.
yeah,
It's not only about academics. We have to play. This is part of your growth.
yeah,
There's
same thing.
learning in that.
That's right. Same thing with teachers. We cannot just be like all about teaching. We have to have our own
Exactly.
lives too.
We
Right?
have to recreate.
Yeah, you have to have a recreation. That's why, I encourage the teachers to like have fun, have your own hobby or, do something with your kids or with your husband, whatever. Because because I think that's important. Balance is always an important thing. And it makes me sad whenever I see kindergarten or pre-K that are all about academics and no play. Some of them would like, play is just like a waste of time. And no, it's not a waste of time. It's very much needed by the student, every student really. But in kindergarten, you have this learning stations, you have a station like a kitchen thing or whatever, they pretend stations and so on. I think to me, those are so important. But some schools are taking them away because they feel like, well, we just need to teach them their ABCs and their shapes and their colors. And I said, yeah, there is a place for that, but you really need to also have them do a play. I had when my kids were growing up, we had so many toys for them where they were pretending. I even bought them pretend microwave that actually worked. But anyway, so those plays important. So Ed, thank you for believing in that, that
Yeah,
too.
actually, I want the boys to play.
Uh-huh.
That's why I'm telling them always, let's finish the classwork so that at home you can play.
Yeah, yeah. And I think also that reflects back to the teacher's classroom management. If you're able to manage your class where you're able to cover that, to also, to check on their homework, one, but then make it a teachable moment where you're not just, okay, let's check our homework, just for them to do the work for you. No, it should also be you teaching about misconceptions. Okay, from your homework, I noticed that you have these problems. So, okay, so and so come to the board, two of you. I want you to solve this and teach of course, I always call the people that I know knew the stuff, and then they actually become teachers. I'm reciprocal teaching is what it's called. And I would sit in their seat and I would pretend like, okay, I'm a student now. I'm an invisible teacher or whatever. And then so and
I
so,
used to do that, Doc. I used to do that in the class.
yep, that's reciprocal teaching.
Most of the time, I'm just a facilitator in my class.
Yeah. And they love that, right? They just think it's so cool that, oh,
Really,
God, yeah.
especially writing in the smartboard, they love it.
They love that. Yeah, they do. And they're so good at it. And so any opportunities that you have your kids come up to the board, even if you don't have a smart board, have them to come up and speak something, do something where they are actually using their listening and speaking, because that's part of the requirement. If you have a lesson that you have there when your students are reading, they're writing, they're speaking, and they're listening, that's a perfect lesson. You know why? Because those are the four stools of communication. Okay, four stools. They are speaking, they're listening, they're writing, and they're reading. If you have those four stools, Your chair would stand up, right? Because that's so important to have those. So that's a good checklist for you. Do I have a good lesson? Let me see. Did I have my students read something, writing something, and they sharing, they're speaking and listening in their small group or in their partner, and then present it in the front. From what they did in their group, now present it in the club in the front. And a lot of times I give them this huge piece of paper. In the United States, they have this huge piece of paper that you use on bulletin board that's really big, and that's enrolling, that lots of them different colors, and teachers can just get those. So I always get those, and we don't have to pay for that. That's the school provides that, and we get those. I get different colors, and then that way I could give it to the kids when I do group work, and they have to present something, because I need to have them to have a visual. And of course, I get colors that are going to show very well, like yellow really shows the markers, of course. So, and then I encourage them to, like, when they do the presentation, I encourage them to use their multiple intelligences. So if you are going to be a musical intelligent child, be the background as they're presenting. Maybe make up a song that relates to your topic. Make a poetry, make a rap song, make anything, because that's to go with your talents. So if you are going to be your, those kids that are artistic, the artistic intelligence, well, draw something, show us, basing on the topic, and then when they present, like, oh, this is drawn by so-and-so, and so we would notice about when I do a comment and feedback, I would say, oh my gosh, I just love the drawing. The drawing really, really shows your topic very well. And I love that it really, it shows the whole class what you've learned from this topic through your drawing. And of course, you also validate the singers and the rappers, or the poets, because you are showing the class that I value all the multiple intelligences in my class, not just my cognitive learners, my visual, my verbal intelligence students, for example, not just them, everybody. Of course, the last one would be your natural, in naturalistic intelligence, where they would love nature. So a lot of times I would say, okay, go outside. Is there something that you would like? You get a rock or something and draw on the rock about your topic. Those are, those are going to be addressed to your kids that love nature. So I had this favorite book that said Pet Rock, My Pet Rock or something. And it tells them about, and then one of the things that I did was, at the beginning of the year, I would read my favorite books that I know I'll do activities later. So my pet rock, how do you know that it's a good pet rock? They have to be able to put their hand around it. So you cannot get a really big one, like this. And then it has to have a special thing, a reason why you choose it as your pet rock. Some reason maybe because it's so flat, because it's this shape. It reminds me of Arkansas. It reminds me of, the head of my, my cat, or, something like that they would say why it's a pet rock. But then you incorporate that when they're doing their project. When they are, when they are presenting their work, and then you also highlight their talents. Do you do that, Ed? Do you do that in your classroom? You also highlight their talents because
Yeah, we usually,
talent.
in mathematics, we have limited like musical incorporated into music or poetry, because here the learning here is different. The parents just want to focus on academics.
Yeah, but when you can incorporate it is
Yeah.
use music as a background. Whenever they are here in America, it's I always encourage teachers to do this. While they're doing work, it really puts them in the mood, and also increase their brain activity when you're having a really calming music in the background.
In the
And
Philippines, I used to do that, Doc. In the Philippines, when I was in the public school, because we do encourage the students to develop their multiple intelligence. But here in Saudi Arabia, it's really different.
But you have to remember that although it's different culturally, kids are kids all over the world. They're gonna be kids that have MIs, that have multiple intelligences, and they have different learning styles. So don't change yourself as a teacher just because you went to another country. So
Sometimes they put it into project making.
Yeah.
When we have a project, they used to be more creative. They tend to be more expressive in doing their projects.
Yeah. Okay. That's good. And I think that's
actually good.
Yeah, you cannot do wrong on that. When you are a teacher that does things like that, you're a cool teacher. You're a cool teacher. You're not just having these kids come in and sit and get. They call that sit and get, GIT. Sit and get teachers are boring teachers. So do
I
not.
used to incorporate that in alternative assessment, like project making, extra homework.
PBL, project-based learning. Okay. And so when you do your extra homework, how do you handle that? Do you do like extra points? How do you do that? Is it just a check thing or
Usually, the extra homework is given to those students who need extra help, extra support, just to confirm their understanding, to check their understanding, to strengthen their understanding as well. So usually, I give extra homework. If the student is progressing, I used to give like an extra point, like say in a quiz. He got low mark in the quiz, I can increase because he has some progress in that same skills.
Okay, so you're helping them improve their grades, but your smart kids also want the extra. That's when I give them rewards, like in my treasure chest, like a little kaban thing, a little big chest, and full of prizes there that I put in for the year, and they get to choose things there because they don't have to do it, but they want to do it, so they get to have extra treat. It could be pencils there, it could be like stickers, it could be little toys from McDonald's, or little things like that I knew my kids like. I even put a lot of books there, little books, because some of my students that were in poverty did not even have books at home. And I really am a big, being a literacy specialist, being always loving books. I wanted to share my love of books with them. So I would encourage, like, here in America, you have libraries and local libraries, or in the public school libraries, where they would actually clean out their shelves and give away books. So I would tell I was always good friends with the librarians. It's like, hey, can you please like save some for me that will be appropriate for my grade, because I want to put it in my treasure chest so they can have it and take it home. I could relate. I was already in high school when I got my very first book that's just my own. I remember thinking, oh my God, I feel so special. And it was a drawing from the school. It was like a big book. It's like nonfiction, a lot of facts about, what it was, whatever it was. But I just remember thinking, oh my gosh, I felt so special. I have my book. That's just my own. In America, they're like, oh, they don't even care about that because they have, they'd rather do digital, reading. But there's still value in having books. I'm very biased to like hard copies. To me, I want to smell the books. I want to smell the pages. I want to be able to turn, because I use technology now too with Kindle. I use I use Kindle, but it's so beautiful when you feel these books, when you feel the book. And I still have my collection of Harry Potters, of all the books of Harry Potter. And I like the um e- um Ivanovich books, which is like a beach trash, but women like them. So anyway, Grisham, my husband and I love Grisham. So we have a collection of Grisham books. So if you ever come to America and want to read about Grisham, I have a whole library full of those kind of collections. We put the books that have the same authors in one group. My husband has his own shelves there, have my own shelves, and he put his Arthur Clarke's and all this authors that he loved in one area. All his Arthur Clarke's books will be together. So anyway, so those are things that you could share with your kids. Do you have a classroom library? Like, have a place where, no, you don't,
No,
not
no.
Saudi Arabia. I didn't notice that. But in America, if you are teaching elementary, it's really good to have your own classroom library. I have a huge classroom library. I have like shelves of them because I remember I love books. So I would go to yard sales here, to like, we have charity places like Goodwill and Salvation Army here, that you could go and buy things really cheap, like 5 cents, 10 cents, all this. And so it might be like a tenth of what the actual worth is. So to me, 1/100th, it's really cheap. And so I just buy those books and I would put it in my shelf. And I have a like class librarian that would actually, be checking out books and then telling them, hey, it's due, whatever, It's actually practice, but they were keeping up with my books, that. But of course, if they kept it, that's really no big deal to me. But of course, in order for you to have more books for the next year's kids, I kind of was a little strict with the librarian, like, hey, you have to make sure you get these books, because you always have books that they end up keeping. It's okay. And it's actually a flattery that they love books. But anyway, I encourage that you show your kids your love of learning, your love of books. If you love math, I love math. I love mental math. I could multiply things, 2 digit by, 1 digit real quickly. And now sometimes 2 digit by 2 digit, and they were like, oh my gosh, she knows that 20 times 12 is, 20, whatever. So anyway, so I would like share that. And so they want to do a mental math for like a few minutes before we did our math, a speed test. They want to do like a mental math thing with me. And so anyway, of course, they want to get stickers. That's why they want to get to my treasure chest. That's why. Okay. So Pinky, you want to mute it for me, unless you want to have something to say, Pinky.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you so
Doc.
much, Ed.
Thank
Nice
you.
conversation. You brought a some really great topics like Debbie did. Thank you. Thanks for attending. Okay, let me see. I like that picture, Ed. Um, who else want to talk? I see Albert. Hi, Albert. It's nice to see you. It's been a while since I've seen you. You want to talk? Does Albert want to talk, or you just want to listen today? Somebody's talking. Is that Ed? Somebody in your background talking. Okay, Elizabeth wants to leave. Okay, good evening. It's kind of late now, that's why. Okay, so Fran, good morning. Yes, and sorry you're late. Internet connection. That's no problem. Hey guys, for this Zoom, it's usually a 2 to 3 hour Zoom, so you can come in anytime. Okay, if you have other commitments or whatever before, after this, feel free to leave or whatever, because come and go, because it's recorded and I'm going to post this. But if you want to be on record, to be shown on record talking, you need to talk. And this is one of the goals that I have, is for teachers in the Philippines or all over the world to practice your English. Practice your English with me having the conversations, so that when you are being interviewed by administrators here in America, Pinky, there's still somebody talking on your background, Pinky. Can you please mute for me? Pinky. Let me find Pinky. I'm going to mute her. Hi, guys, everyone. If you can please mute for me, so that, yeah, thank you, Pinky. It's done now. Anyway, so I lost my track now. What was my last topic, guys? That's how old I am now. I forget. What was I talking about? Anybody?
Encouraging to be engaging with you so that they can develop their English.
Yes, thank you.
Mhm,
Yeah,
mhm.
yeah. You see how fluent Debbie is? You're gonna be that fluent if you continue to practice. She's married to an American, so she has a little advantage. But I was so not as fluent whenever I came here in 87. I really did remember translating it in my head from English to Filipino back to English. I actually remember doing that, manually doing that in my head. Now, of course, as fast as we talk, there's no way you were translating. It just, now you talk, you think English now, you dream in English. And it took me about more than a year. I want to say a year and a half for me to really feel like, yeah, I have actually, I guess, assimilated, that I had, the language was absorbed so well that I was already, thinking that way. And my husband said, yeah, you talk when you're asleep, and sometimes you have a whole lesson going. He would tell me that I was like speaking in English and I was having a whole lesson in my sleep, because I did, but I was worried about like some topic I'm doing, and I'm like practicing. I guess in my, our brain continues to process when you are sleeping. Your brain continues to work. So whatever it was that you were pondering before you went to sleep, your brain continues to process it. And so that way, because I was always thinking about, okay, how am I gonna make this lesson better? How am I gonna? So that's why in my dream, I'm practicing. My husband said, yeah, you're really talking a lot about school last night. I'm like, okay, so sorry. And even after I retired in 2016, I would still wake up like, oh my gosh, I'm late. Like, you're retired. My very first year of teaching, I woke up on a Saturday. Oh my gosh, I'm so late. And all this. And my husband said, go back to bed. It's Saturday. Oh my gosh. So obsessed with teaching, with schooling. And that's why, I often share that I can't believe they're paying me to do this. And I still believe that, even as a consultant getting paid well, that I'm like, I can't believe they actually pay me to do this. I'm having so much fun with the teachers, with administrators. I coach administrators too. And so anyway, and then the students, I cannot believe that they pay me, because it's something I would do for free. So you're in your right job if you feel that way. And I hope as teachers, it does not matter how many years you have in teaching, 30 years, whatever, that you should still feel that way. I often shared when I was administrator, I often shared with my teachers that guys, whenever you feel like there's no more joy in it, and you're just going to be feeling so ornery and so awful, and so, always being upset with your students and in bad mood, you might want to think about, doing something else, like, are you planning to retire? Are you gonna travel? Things about that would be emotionally, balancing to you. And if you're not ready to retire, maybe, unplug, try to relax on weekends. That's why whenever I was administrator, I would encourage other administrators, like, you need to put in like a massage chair in the lounge because they're so tired. So they were like over there sitting on the massage chairs and getting massaged, things like that for your teachers because they're so stressed. Like some teachers are so afraid of parent-teacher conference. Like, oh my gosh, I'm like, I love parent-teacher conference because that's when the teacher, the parents are showing me, teaching me the things that the kids were learning from me. And I actually had student-led conferences where the students are invited to actually share their portfolio with their parents in front of me. Like, oh, I chose this because, mom, do you remember this? I was talking about this, whatever. They were talking to their parents. I'm right there watching. I'm being a facilitator, and I would kind of add like, oh, also, do you want to share with your mom about this by whatever? I would actually be a part of that conversation, but it's not just a formal conference with me talking, about the kid in trouble. No. But at the end, I would always say, hey, you might not, what do you think you need to work on? Oh my gosh, I know you told me that I need to work on this. It's like, okay, well, what's your plan on that? If that is your goal, what's your plan? That's a very good words you to say. What is your plan? So then the students have to think about, how am I gonna, do this? What are the steps I need to do in order for me to solve this problem? And the parents are listening to this. And that's why it's a very fun day for me. It's like a pat in the back day for me. And I guess because we had so much fun and the kids are sharing their parents. Of course, I've seen these parents weekly, every Friday. So they know me well. I know them. So when you have that, when you have your knowledge of students, knowledge of content, as well as your great relationship with parents, that makes your life easier, I think. And of course, great relationship with your colleagues as well and administrators. And I would always say, try to be your school's greatest cheerleaders. Do not badmouth your school. My school is this. My principal is this. Don't be a negative Nancy. They call that negative Nancy or Karen or Marites. You don't be that, because you should be you should be your school's cheerleader. Could they pay you, right? And that's where you work. You should enjoy it. If not, find another job. Walmart was always hiring. They actually have better insurance than teachers. We pay here in America, we pay about 500 some dollars a month for insurance. So it's very expensive. But in Walmart, you get less than $100, because they pay for most of them. And they have a different rating for some reason. I don't know why teachers are getting ripped off, but that's why a bunch of my friends, when they retire as teachers, they actually work at Walmart in order to just get the insurance. And I'm like, that's so sad that you are now retired, supposed to be enjoying yourself, but because you pretty much cannot really afford all the fun things unless you have extra money to do it. And that one of them is to reduce your insurance fees. And the month goes really fast. I got lucky that I work in the state, Arkansas Department of Education. So our state level insurance was about half than the actual public school insurance. So on my retirement fee that I get right now, the deduction is not as much as a regular public school teacher because I work in the state level. And so I did not even know that was a benefit until I retired. I did not know that was something that people actually did before they retired so that they can do that benefit. And I said, I never knew that. So that was a great side benefits, that I felt. So anyway, all right, Debbie, what other things that we need to talk about, or you can call someone for me? I'm listening. I'm gonna turn up. I have to get some tissue because I'm really having issues. But anyway, I'm listening. Okay.
Good morning, Doc Merlina. Mirna here.
Okay, Marna. Marna. Marna
Mirna.
and Debbie, between you, Marna, can you please lead the group for a little bit, because I need to have personal.
I think somebody here wants to introduce herself. We have Miss Maricel. She's in the Zoom now. Miss Maricel. Hi, Ma'am Debbie. Good morning po.
Hello, hello world. Hello to my fellow Homo sapiens. Okay, so my name is Maricel T. Gubat. I'm from Philippines, but I'm working now in Qatar. I'm a colleague of Ma'am Mirna before. when she was still here in Qatar. So I privileged to have taught in as a teacher. I had been working in the Philippines for 10 years and coming 10 years also here in Qatar, coming June. And I would like to share my teaching mantra as a bio teacher. I always tell my students that they are biologically significant. So they would see their purpose in life, that even one organism in this world is equally important to any other big organism. So that is why I'm able to relate my subject to how special they are, because some students, especially nowadays, would think they are not anymore useful, and that they think that anyway they don't have a purpose in life. So by that I am able to at least push them into uh, getting their goals, because I believe that every student is unique and every student deserves an equal opportunity to learn, explore, and grow. So as I look ahead to my future career goals, I'm eager to learn more about inclusive teaching, which these practices I may be able to get in the United States, and hopefully I can share it when I go back to the Philippines, because I would like to see myself with my family 5 years from now, if God would allow me. That will be all. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to be part of this group. God bless everyone.
Wow, that's amazing. Great job. Myrna, thank you for the introduction too. And Debbie, thanks for your help. What is your Maricel, right? So
Yes.
Maricel, you're very fluent. I do not have a doubt that you will be hired quickly if you ever are given a chance to be interviewed. So make sure that your resume has references in the bottom of it. And so
Yeah.
anyway, yeah, and apply at www.schoolspring.com, one word, because it's every day. They have different things being shown there. Make sure you filter it. Make sure there's a lot of boxes you can filter it. You said full time. You want to be full time. You want a full time job, not just part time. And then you want to be teacher, so that the other jobs in school will not show up. Filter them. And if you know what state you want to teach in, you need to also pick the states. If you want to be in Arkansas, you pick Arkansas, or you can pick. I think you can pick several too. But anyway, I don't know. But I just know that that's one of the filters. But you're very fluent. Are you a science teacher? Did you say?
Yeah, I'm a biology teacher. I'm a BS Bio graduate. Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
tell about Homo sapiens. I'm like, I bet she's like a biology teacher or
That's
something.
one.
Awesome though, because they're interviewing somebody that's in that, and then you are using academic words from science to do that. That's perfect. I love
Thank
that. Keep that.
thank
Okay,
you so
keep
much.
that. Maybe the only thing I would like for you to practice, and that's what everybody is colleague. Everybody, let's do this.
Yeah.
Say colleague. Every
Colleague.
colleague. Okay.
Colleague.
Colleague.
Because if you always in the Philippines, we always say colleague. They do not know that. It's colleague, okay? It's like
Okay.
it's almost like a CA instead of an O. So colleague. So do that, because they're gonna be like marking it like, oh, she cannot pronounce, she's gonna have problems with students
Mm.
understanding her, things like that. So watch for your pronunciation.
Mm.
And I guess you did a good job with Homo sapiens, which is your area. So awesome job. But colleagues is a very, it's not just you, it's a bunch of us that I also had problems with whenever I here. So that's something I have practiced more than once in our videos. Colleagues, okay? We have colleagues here. And I love that you have taught in Qatar 10 years and 10 years in the Philippines, and it's obvious by your fluency. You're very fluent, and I love that. I know you have like little cheat sheet, but it's not obvious that you're using it, because some of them were just like looking up. So you did a very good job of like looking at the camera, and I said this. And like if you're gonna have a cheat sheet, kind of, you know, glue them or right there by your camera so that you can watch your cheat sheet, but you're really looking at the camera. Okay, don't be putting it somewhere else where your eyes are gonna be looking there. I put one like right there by above my, I put like stack of something, behind my computer where my camera is, and
Yeah,
I just
just
put my
some keywords, ma'am.
yeah, just keywords. Yeah, just bulleted words. I need to talk about this, and then just put that one word and then say it. Because when you are memorizing sentences, it's very obvious. Okay, but you're doing keywords, you're like just kind of guides you to what your next topic would be, but you're saying it in your own way, which is more natural, right? Because if you're talking like this, like having this conversation during your interview, you know you have a good interview. They'll remember you. Not just like, okay, let's go to this question, whatever. Although some schools are actually more formal like that, especially bigger schools where they actually have a team of folks to interview you. They would have their administrators, they have their teachers, whatever. They have lots of people interviewing you because they're a big school. Because in most of these schools, they're actually being efficient by, like, if they have 6 schools, they'll invite all the 6 principals. And then that way, if they say that they want to hire you, they're going to talk about, okay, this person is a good fit for your school. They talk about that. Where do you want to go? Where they want to hire you, but they want to know where you're going to be a good fit at. So instead of having 6 different interviews from 6 different principals, they wanna invite them to do the interview, and they call them the interview pool. So you're gonna be in the pool, and that they are gonna, in Zoom, they're going to record it. So they're going to go back and look at the recording. So I think you got 90% chance right there, if not more, that you get it if you just do what you just did. Okay, did a very concise and clear interview, and you gave us information we need, and also about your philosophy. I love that you shared about, the uniqueness and the inclusive teaching and so on, that you want students to be unique. You might want to also add about what you want to learn from the students. I believe as a teacher, I also learn from my students. That's why I want to go to the US, teach in the US, because I know that I can learn from the American students, and that I learn, something that I could share about the Philippine culture, while also learning about the American culture through my students. Because I believe that educators are learners. We don't have all the knowledge, especially with technology now. They have, a lot of times our children are actually teaching us, and so anyway, so things like that, if you include those things, and so then at the end, they're going to say, okay, Maricel, do you have a question for us? What would you say? What would you say if I say that?
I think my question would be, what are the activities in the school that would help me or improve my capacity as a teacher, and as well as where I can contribute in my own way, whether I can contribute it to my students, or I can also get from that, like for example, clubs
Okay,
that
good.
are offered.
Those things, though, can be answered through watching their website. If you're gonna study the website, so if you want this particular school, like you see an advertisement of them wanting a teacher, your first step should be going to their website. Okay, go to their website and look at, because they're gonna show their activities through their pictures and stuff, and then they're gonna show a lot about the school through that. So don't be asking them questions that you could watch in their that you can see in their website, because it's gonna show that you did not even look at their website. And you need to look at their mission and vision, so that when you answer, you use some of the keyword from their mission and vision as part of your answer, just like you did on your science terms. Use their vision and mission keywords in your answer. You're just like your mission said, just like your vision said. I agree that. No, no, no. You validate them, like, oh my God, this teacher's good. They should research our school, about our website, about the community. They might ask you a question about, what do you know about, like, I live in Salem. What do you know about Salem? That's gonna stump you if you did not research. You can go to my Chamber of Commerce in any town and cities in the United States, and you can see what the town is. So for example, Salem Chamber of Commerce, in quotation. Put Arkansas there with it, because there's, I think, 72 Salems in the United States, but it's yeah. So yeah, there's several ones, so you have to put the state with it. But yeah, I really am so confident that if you find a place to get interviewed, that you will do well. Okay, not very many that I say this to, but I'm very confident. And I'm very right about those that I said that, because a lot of times they would have that one interview and they would email me, I got the job. Okay. And I don't think you even be one of those that would be so nervous that you have to practice one-on-one with me. I do offer that service. And I have had people telling me that, oh, our practice really helped me, all that. But please do not call me. Some people are calling me. I mean, I've never met you, but then people will call me, and I'm like, what in the world? Why are they calling me? And so I would rather be emailed. I would rather you email me and we can set up a Zoom time. I would rather have that. Please don't call me, because that I save my phone calls for my, teachers that are local here or my kids, my family. I do not want to do abroad things unless I'm talking to my brothers there, because unless it's an emergency, of course you can call me, and all that. I don't know if there's an educational emergency, but like some of them are panicking, like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna have an interview in tomorrow, or in 8 hours, and I don't know, I'm so nervous. And a lot of times it's just a matter of talking, and I would practice with them, like, okay, if I ask you this question, how would you answer it? And then they would answer. And I think if you watch Josephine videos, if you would go to my YouTube channel and you Google, you find the Josephine videos, there are two videos that Maria and I did with Josephine, a teacher applicant. And she did such a good job that I asked for permission, like, can you please share this? Can I share this with the others as an example video of an interview? Because she did so well. And Maria and I would comment about her answers and would add things to it. You might want to include this. How about this? But we didn't really have much to include to tell her, because she did so well on her interview. That's one of the best interviews I've seen. So anyway, so I always want to, thank Josephine. She's not been contacting me. So I don't know. I hope she's here, because actually that year she was offered a job and she refused it because she Googled the school and the community and she thought it was a dangerous area. I tend to agree with her. So I said, well, I can't really make that decision for you, but you need to Google this place and you need to go to this. I kind of gave her resources and she found it out herself. Oh my God, there's, too much crime or whatever. And I'm like, well, you're a single person. You come in here. You need to make sure that if you decide to have that job, it's your decision. Make sure that you ask the administrator, is there a teacher or somebody there at the school that would be able to rent you a place, or whatever, where you always will be with somebody, or are they hiring at least two different teachers, from the Philippines or from other international teachers that you can maybe room together and be together. There's some communities here in the United States where they don't want you to be outside just roaming around because it's not safe, especially single people, that's going around. So they will tell you that. And especially if you're gonna in an area where it's a low rent, it's a cheap rent because nobody wants to live there because of the crime. You hear the police sirens every night, or the shooting. You don't want to go there. So anyway, so that's another thing that you do is you research the website, the website of the school and the community. Okay, I want everybody to do that because did you do that whenever you applied for Qatar? What are the things that you did in order to know? What did you do?
I did. I asked a friend who
Ah,
also is working here, and then I asked about, yeah, the vision mission, because I'm teaching work immersion, so I know about it.
okay,
How to target your employers, and then it's
target.
just that I don't know the employer right now, so I was not able to mention it.
Yeah,
But yeah, that's a good realization also, that we need to really include those when an interview will
yeah,
be conducted
yeah.
soon. I hope so. God
Yeah. And
yeah.
another thing that you look for is that a teacher, a student handbook, it's also published because it tells you the rules about like especially their discipline policy. What are the things that happens whenever first offense, second offense, third offense? Every school has a different discipline policy. Some schools are adopting like some, like some apps or some programs that they're doing in order to, to do their discipline. And they have certain standards there. So they will publish that in there. And so that's a good idea for teachers to read the teacher handbook or the student handbook. There are even parents handbook published there. So those are some things. Technology policy is always published. So what are the policies? Some schools are like no phones at all whatsoever are allowed. Leave it at home. And some schools are like you can leave it in your locker, but it has to be off. And some of them would say you can leave it in your backpack, but it has to be off. It better not it better not go on and ring in the middle of class, or else you would lose your phone and you have to have your parents pick it up at the office. Parents hate that. You're going to end up losing your phone at home too, because your parents are going to ground you from your phone because they have to get out of work in order to pick up your phone, and you do that so many times, your parents are going to take the phone from you, So anyway, different schools are actually doing it differently. So that's something about technology policy that everybody needs to also look for, look at in their website and read about it. And some schools have like a zero tolerance policy. Zero tolerance policy is that if you do this, boom, you're out. So drugs or bringing a weapon or, hitting a kid, hitting a teacher, whatever, those are zero policy things that happen at most schools that they would say, nope, you're out, you're expelled. So anyway, and you don't ever like be afraid that, oh, these kids are look mean, or these kids look so tall and they are very not well behaved, so they might hit me. Guys, every school here has SRO, school resource officer. That's a policeman that's in your school all the time. They have their police car outside. You can always call them. Okay, a lot of time teachers are encouraged to like have their cell phone number with you. That way you can just call SRO to come to your classroom. Somebody's fighting in the hallway, call the SRO. Try to not be in there physically because you end up getting hit. Especially as a woman, as a female teacher, I've seen that kids were like pulling hair and so on, and here they are. You are in the middle of that. Forget it. Two mean girls doing no. I was a junior high administrator. No, I'm not. I'm not going there. I'm calling the SRO though. But if it's really bad enough, you might have to call the local cops too. We have incidents about like sexting. You know what a sexting is. There's texting about sex and stuff like that, or sending videos and then sharing it with their classmates. Those are big deal. Like they could go to jail for that. So you could have the policeman from the city, from the town. And then if they live out in the country, so they have the county police. So you might have to deal with two different policies, but your administrators can handle that. As a teacher, you just need to know your resources. And SRO will be one of your biggest resource. In Arkansas, I know every school has one. So anyway, sometimes if a school is not very rich or not very big, they may share like an SRO for elementary and high school. So maybe they're parking in elementary one day and another one in the high school, but he's always in one of the campuses. So that's why it's important to have their cell phone number. That way you can just like text them or call them like, hey, we need you here right now, things like that. So yeah. So is that something that what's that similar to Qatar? How are discipline handled in Qatar?
Actually, very different from the Philippines since we need to respect the Qatar laws.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
that's different.
we're very, especially that they're very particular on, for example, like stealing, like that. So some maybe, of course, we wanted to protect our students as we have high tolerance in our school. So what we usually do is we settle it among ourselves with the parents, and at times if it's very grave, then the students will be asked to be out of the school,
Expelled.
but not reported actually.
Yeah.
Because
So
we don't want that.
you're a private school then? Are you a private international school?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
And that's
we're
how
a
it's
non-profit.
handled. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. Because it's hard to be imprisoned here in not it's just a host country. It's
Right,
not the
right.
Philippines. Yeah.
Right.
So we have to protect our students also. But it
Yeah.
depends on the complainants as well.
Right, right.
Especially
But
if
they
they're
are, you have to remember that this parents are paying tuition. So they have a lot to say about the rules, and the administrators will tend to follow the suggestions, because otherwise you're going to lose students. Okay. And so if you
see.
have an influential, parents, for example, that are donating a lot of things for the school, they're going to be more lenient to the child. I'm sorry, but that just happens. I have also done accreditation visits to private schools here in America. And so I was able to compare the private school versus the public school. And I went to mostly Catholic schools here. I went to like Brooklyn, New York one time, and it was a Catholic school, a private school. Oh my gosh, it's like night and day compared to the public school. These kids are behaving like Filipino kids, very compliant, very good. You can see that in our public schools. You just do not expect that. So anyway, but in the Catholic school that I visited, very much like Filipino kids. Okay. So when you come here to America, don't be expecting that they'll be like the Filipino kids or the Qatar kids for that matter. How do you say that? Qatar, okay. There are different ways to, how do you say that? How do you pronounce the country's name?
Actually, the locals will call it Qatar, but some would say Qatar.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Those are Qatar or Qatar.
Qatar.
And then there's even other ways to, anyway, there's different accent to that. Some people, there's three
Yeah.
different things that I thought, like, which one is the right way? But I always said Qatar to it, about, and I think maybe that's a Filipino way of saying it. But so I always like when I listen to the news here on TV, I'm like, how are they pronouncing it? Excuse me. I'm telling you, I got a cold from the snow. But anyway, so Marisol, do you have any like a good question that you ask, but then just make sure that you do research that. That way your question could be about professional development. What are the professional development available for international teachers like me? And your question about your extracurricular, that's a good question too. So for example, I say, I'm really big on chess. Do you have a chess club, or is it possible for me to form a chess club? And all that. So sponsor a chess club. They're gonna see, oh, this is a good one. This teacher is gonna add to our school. Gonna be a good addition to our school. Because those are things that maybe not paid, but you're volunteering to do it. Because it's always in the standards of teachers here that you're one of the professional under the standards of professionalism is, are you involved in extracurricular activities? Are you involved with community? Are you doing things with your colleagues, your professional learning community? So those are some things that are showing you as a learner. That's one of the standards. That's like there are four standards in Arkansas. There are four standards they're looking for. They're looking at your planning and preparation. That's domain A. Domain B is environment, classroom environment. Do you post your drills, your fire drills and all the safety things by the door? Do you display the student work in the inside or outside, your hallway, your bulletin boards? Do you have anchor charts where you have, whenever you do anchor chart, do you post them where kids are using it as a reference? Those things like that. Is your classroom safe? Do you see backpacks everywhere and people could stumble? That's not safe. So I always look at that when I'm observing teachers. I always look, is there safety issues? Like if you have a wire, is that wire sticking out where kids can stumble, or is that being taped down, something safely that nobody can, you have to look for those things. Or is there candle where it could be, that you could burn the school or the classroom? Most schools are actually outlawing that, no candles, and some of them are not, but it's a fire hazard. Okay. So anyway, so those are some classroom environment. And of course, the domain C is instruction. Instruction will be your engagement. Are you asking, higher level questions with how and why? Are you using hands-on activities, things like that, under the instruction. And the last one is domain D, which is professionalism. And I just mentioned that you dress professionally. Are you acting professionally in relationship with your colleagues, to the community, to the other stakeholders? Those are some things that show you as a learner, as a professional. Are you reflecting? How do you know you're reflecting? Do you comment? Like when I do a visit right now as a consultant, when I go visit a Filipino teacher because the school has a contract with me, like Brinkley, Maria's school, they have a contract with me to come every week, once a week. And so I go every week and I would observe them and I would comment on the things that I observe. Oh, I love the way that you did this. These are the glows and the grows, but you might want to work on this one. So next visit, I want to see this, whatever. Maria's awesome about, being so good about applying what I told her. The next time I come, like one day I said, Maria, it's always a good idea to have an agenda, agenda where you show the kids, for example, you have this box on your board saying, okay, 8th grade, this is what we're doing. Bullet, bullet, bullet. 7th grade, this is what we're doing, all that. And then you post your objectives too, what you're learning. And so the next time I visited, boom, she had everything. So I commented to her. I always used to have a debriefing with Dr. Poole, her superintendent, and I would share things like, oh my gosh, I just want to brag on Maria because I just said this last week and she's already doing everything, and all that. Marlon, I'm bragging about your daughter. Anyway, because, you can see the response. If an administrator or anybody would give you a comment about how to improve, the expectation is when we come back, we want to see that it's improved. And another example is Leslie. I don't know if Leslie's here today, but Leslie's another one. She listed, and I didn't know she was taking notes on her phone. When I came back, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm having a hard time looking at what I could tell her to grow. There's a bunch of glows, and that is a good problem, and I'm very happy when I see that, because I often say, I need to work out of a job from your school when I'm not needed by your school anymore because everybody's really strong now, no problems. That's a good thing. That's something that I have a goal. It's not good for me financially, but that's really my goal, is to have them be weaned where they don't need me. They might need me for other things. Like right now, I'm helping with assessment, with helping them assess students, and then looking at the results and then seeing, okay, these are some things that are missing, and you might want to do a mini lesson in this, and these are some possible lessons you can do. I'm giving them some, some ideas and all that to do. And so those are now deeper level of help, not just the classroom management help. But, it's very common when you first get here, and I'm sure your experiences in Qatar, that the classroom management is your number one issue. How do I handle students? How do I handle the classroom discipline and all that? I don't know. I know in America, that's like number one. If the kids do not believe that you are a teacher that would be firm enough and be strict enough, and they will not be eating your lunch, that means that they're not going to abuse you, then you're fine. But if they think that, oh, a teacher's weak, the teacher's gonna just, yeah, we can just talk in her class and she won't do anything. Or she would just say stop, and then there's no follow through, nothing happens. So they continue to do it. So finally, my late co-host, Mike Roca, just now showed up. Mike, I'll just keep the hosting right now because it's already closed, but I understand. Anyway, Maricel knows Mike, right? Did you say you know Mike? You're Mike's friend?
Yes.
Yes po. I know
Okay.
them po.
Okay, Mike, it's your turn to talk. Maricel, thank you so much. Awesome job, okay, of introducing yourself and using the science terms as you introduce yourself. Great job. That's very unique and great. Okay, so Mike, let's talk about comments here. How come you're late? No, I'm kidding. I told everybody there's a
Yes po.
window. You could
Actually, Doc,
yeah.
it's already 3 days, 3 days, 2 days. Yeah, 3 days that we don't have water here because of
Really?
the freezing temperature here.
Are you serious? In the
So
whole
yes,
town of
yes
Brinkley?
po.
Oh my
No
God.
po. Only our house po.
Oh, you're so old now. So
Yes
what
po.
did you do? So what did you buy water? At Walmart?
Yeah, we fetch some water, ma'am, who's this? Ma'am Abby's house.
Oh.
And last night we slept at Miss Annalisa's house.
So isn't that nice that you have all these folks that you can, fellow teachers and Filipino teachers that you can just go and they help each other, because Mike is like the mayor of the town. He's, he's like over
Mhm,
there having a lots of leadership with us Filipinos, Filipino teachers, Filipino community. So Mike, I'm so glad that you did that you found you
mhm.
sought help.
Because last time po we slept at Ma'am Mirna's house during
Uh-huh.
the time that we don't have water too.
Yeah, well, if it happens on a
Mhm,
weekend, you can always come here too. Okay?
mhm, mhm.
Yeah.
And also a belated happy birthday po,
Oh,
Doc.
thank you. Yeah, I can't believe I'm 57. I was 19 when I came to America. So 38 years later, here I am with my gray hair. But thank you so much. I have so many greetings. When it's your birthday and you get so many greetings, you feel like, oh my gosh, people actually thought of me. People love me. No kidding. People actually, took the time, in their busy schedule to greet you. And I think, when I feel that, then I know how important it is to also do that to others. When I see that somebody's having a birthday and I feel bad because I do not check it as, often as I should. I got addicted to Korean movies now and see movies. So I'm always doing my episodes and all that. So I'm not checking it as often as I used to do. But when I do notice that it's somebody's birthday, I try to always greet you. So yeah. So Mike, thank you for remembering it. Did it pop up on your reminder that it was my birthday? How did you know?
It's on my FB po. It popped up.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
it popped up. Yeah, nice. Yeah. It was like, oh my gosh, maybe 200 something that had sent me, private
Mhm, mhm. Yes po.
messages. But anyway, that was nice. Appreciate everyone, by the way, for doing that. So Mike, do you have anything to share? Things that I noticed that there were some advertisements for special ed teachers everywhere. So if you are
Yes po.
watching, Mike is a special ed teacher. He will be a very good one. If you're a member of our ITSA, to contact Mike. What is your name in there now, Mike? MYKE. How do you do that on your Facebook now? What's your username? You change it all the
It's
time.
MYKE po.
MYKE.
MYKE then
Yeah.
ROUKA. I think
I know you
some of
change
them
it
are
up,
already
and
in the
I'm like,
GC.
Yeah. So if you look for Mike, it's under MYKE for Mike. So he got creative on that. But he would have a lot to say about the special ed, right? Because you have how many years of
Mhm.
experience now? This is your second year with it here on special ed,
Actually, third year po.
third year.
This
Yeah.
already my third year.
So he
Yeah.
has and you have to remember, the rules in America on special ed will be different than what you know. So you really have to have an idea on
Yes po.
IDEA.
IDEA and the idea.
Yeah. So you type IDEA in capital and special ed,
Mhm.
and you'll
That
find,
is the federal law.
yeah,
That's
the
the
federal
federal
law about special ed. So that's something that you might want to know. And also 504 plan. 504 is also the
504 and
federal.
IEP. Yes
Yep.
po.
Those are some things that you Google to know because those are going to be parts of your interview. Is that true, Mike? Did they ask you about things like that, specific things
Yes
about
po.
IDEA?
Yes po.
Okay. So you
And also about differentiated instruction because in special education you have the diverse learners, students with special needs.
So you
Yeah.
have to know those because they're going to ask you specific things about it. So those are some things that you need to study as a special ed applicant that, especially those that have it of masters, but really they have not really been a special ed teacher, but they were actually mainstreaming the kids, inclusive classrooms and so on. And so you are actually differentiating already in your classroom because in the Philippines, and you can
Yes
see
po.
this, in the Philippines, they're not as supportive, as America on special ed. They don't really have the funding for it. So here it's a big one. Like it's a big federal law. Like you could get in jail, you could get in trouble if
Yes
you
po.
do not
Mhm.
follow the rules, the IEPs and so on. And the parents will sue and so on. So it's a big deal in America not to address because these are federal laws that you are violating. And the Office of Civil Rights or OCR could be called, and that's a big deal if you're visited by OCR in your school or district. So whenever your classroom teacher here, regular classroom teacher, and your special ed teachers would share with you their IEPs or their 504 plans, take it seriously. Whatever they said, for example, shortening assignments or taking alternative places for testing. What are the other things that they would say, Mike, on IEP
That is what we call accommodation and
accommodations?
modification.
Okay,
Yes
so
po.
what are the things
That's
that are
the
common
reason.
that you see? What are the common
Okay.
things?
Yeah, like what you said po, accommodation refers to those supports for the students like shortening of no it's because if you're going to shorten the assignments that is modification, but if
Verification.
you're going to have a prepared seating arrangement, um specialized keyboards, those
Mhm.
are
Tools, some tools.
accommodations.
Yeah, kind of accommodation.
Extended time, yes po, extended time, small group activities, those are accommodation. And modification is you're going to modify or you're going to change the curriculum.
Mhm.
Actually, I really what do you call this? Since I'm having my review now in praxis.
You have to remember though. I had to
Yes,
take
po.
for my administration, or even my undergrad. I had to take some special ed classes as well. I had to study all that. Because although I'm gonna be, a regular ed teacher, I still had to know about special ed. So those are some courses we had. I think two or three that we had to take in order for us to know. So I know, I guess the basics, but detail wise, Mike would know more, or his praxis test. When is your date that you're gonna take it? Because it's supposed to be hard.
Yes po. I'm still planning pa po because still have three. I'm still attending the review in the
Ah,
grade 3 verse po. Yes po.
why would you buy the review material? If you buy the review material,
No po, they included me in the classroom, in the study.com, the
okay.
grade 3 verse po. Yes po.
Okay,
That's
good,
for
good.
free.
They
And
already
then they
bought it.
enrolled
Okay.
me. Yeah po. And then they enrolled me in cohort, setup
Okay.
cohort, so that
Yeah.
they will refund the fees for
It's
the
good.
praxis. That is
It's
what they
like,
said.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's like what,
Hopefully,
$100
hopefully.
something? 100 or 200?
130 po. 130 for ETS praxis. But for foundation of reading, I guess it's $230.
Okay. By the way, your school will actually also pay you for that, Mike. So if the co-op does not, your school should pay it for you too.
I already consulted it. And they said,
Nope.
you know, you
Okay.
got it.
Got it. Okay, so the co-op is a good resource for you. Schools have very limited budget. So sometimes you would ask for things that other schools may be able to give, but your school does not. And because they're a small school, lower budgets, and so on, so you have to understand and not be pushy, because that the school administrators are going to do what they can, but it's going to be beyond, their capability when there's no money. Okay, Dr. Poole, your superintendent, is one of my awesome administrators that I know and friend, because she actually would buy, like when Maria came, she bought the bed herself with her own money. Okay, she bought like groceries and things like that for Maria and set it up in her in her in her apartment. She was spoiled, Mike, because she was the first one, right?
Yes.
She didn't have to do
Yes,
that with the rest of you, but she was the very first one. And so she did that for her with her own money, not from the school money. It's from her own private money that she got from her pay. So I was really impressed with that. And that happens a lot. Administrators would get from their own money, and they would, spend their own money to, help the new international teachers. And when you find somebody like that, then you have a good administrators. Harvey just came on. Okay, Mike, do you remember Harvey? She's
Yes po.
yeah, she's I
Yeah.
remembered her attending this, and now she's gonna be. Is that okay, Mike, if I close up with you and call Harvey? Okay. Thank you, Mike, so much. And hey, I hope your water would be better. Is it back now?
Yes po. It's good na
Okay.
po. Yes po.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So what happened? Did you like not, what did you do with the pipe? You must have done something wrong.
Yeah, I did not drip it po. My landlord told me, "Hey, did you drip it?
Oh,
You should
see?
open it a little bit." Yeah.
Well, that's a Filipino teacher. We're new here. We're not used to winter. That's a learning too that you can share with others, that when it's winter time and it's really cold, you have to get your faucet and drip it a little. Just let it drip.
Yes po.
I know it's like a waste of
But
water, but
yes po.
keep it from
But 2 days ago we have water here, and then suddenly
the
it
pipe.
gone because of the low temperature weather po
Yes.
dito. Low temperature here.
Yeah, your pipe
Yeah
would
po.
bust. That's why, if you have hoses, if you have a hose
Mhm.
in summer and you have to drain those, and my husband actually would take it out and actually roll it so that there's no water left, because it will break it.
Mhm.
It will freeze and then break it. So it's not good for your hoses. So yeah, like your pipes, Mike, that's not cheap to fix. So your landlord might not be happy with it.
Yes po. Yes po.
But
And also the sink, it clogged. Yeah, because
you're
of
a
the
bad,
weather too.
bad tenant. The Mike, no, I'm kidding. But you're a
Mhm.
good, you're good, teachers are good tenants. So they're gonna be okay to fix it because they know you're gonna be there. In the rental world, because I was I had we had rented a lot of few apartments. It's very hard to find somebody that's a good renter. So when you find a good renter like teachers, you're so happy as a landlord, because you won't have somebody leaving every 2 or 3 months. Here in America, you pay a deposit and you pay a last month's rent. So you're pretty much paying for 3 months. If it's
Yes po.
500 a month, you're paying times three. You're paying a first month deposit, you're paying for the
And
rent
1 month
itself
advance.
at month advance, and then the deposit. So like usually times three, whatever the amount is, $600, you come up with 1,800, 1,800, because that's how it is in America. And then no credit means bad credit. So a lot of times, we do it where the administrators would help you. I know you don't have credit yet, but they're kind of pretty much guaranteeing that, yeah, they will pay their teachers. They're going to have good pay, and a lot of times, because they know you're a teacher at that community, they're going to trust you. Okay, especially, international teachers, they're going to trust. And a lot of my teachers that I'm helping, I actually was like in Helena, for example, I was the one that looked for houses for them, and I actually helped them look for houses and see some houses with ghosts in it. That's another story.
Yes.
You can watch it in another video. But anyway, Mike is in a what, brand new apartment, or is it like a apartment? I know you moved to another place. Is this a brand new?
Yes po.
Is it a brand
No,
new
it's
place?
a house po. A
It's a
house
house.
po.
Yeah, okay. All right. So Harvey, help me, Mike. Help me welcome Harvey. Harvey, do you want to talk to us? Harvey is a science teacher. I
Hi,
think.
Yes, ma'am.
Doc.
Hi. There. Are
Hi,
you
Sir
you
Mike.
still in Forest City, Harvey? You're still in
Huh?
Forest City? You're still in Forest City?
As of the moment, Doc, I have already moved to Arizona.
Oh my gosh, you traitor. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I love people to stay in Arkansas, but if you find other places that you feel like this is a better fit for me, I really appreciate it too. I just want you
Um,
to continue to impact students, really. But I always joke about like, yeah, you traitor, you left that to Arkansas. But
I
Harvey,
understand you, Doc.
yeah, will you tell everybody, like, I remembered your very first day of attending Zoom. I remembered you were kind of shy, you know. So tell us about your experience. Like, I guess I want to see your growth, personal growth and professional growth. So tell us, but so that you can share with the others that are, so we have some first timers here. What are some things that you remember? We're gonna,
Um, Based on my experience, actually, classroom management is really difficult because the students here and there are very different.
night and
As we
day.
all know that in the Philippines, as we enter the classroom, the students are already behaved, but in here you have to set the mood, or
Yeah,
else the students will be eating you. Not literally eating you as a
yeah.
person, but
Eat your
the
lunch. Yeah.
characters
Uh-huh.
are
Yeah.
really different.
Abuse.
And then
Yeah.
yeah, you have to. What I've learned most in Arkansas, especially from my assistant principal, way before, she really told me that, Harvey, you have to be firm.
Uh-huh.
Your voice, you have to learn how to make it stronger when
Yeah.
you when
Because
you
you're short like
speak.
me. You're short like me.
Yeah, yeah, and
Uh-huh.
and Doc, I've learned the way of saying thank you when my students told me, "Oh, my teacher is too short. Why is it like that?"
Yeah. You said thank
Um,
you.
yeah, I will just say, "Okay, thank you." What
Yeah.
else do you want to say?
Yeah. Well,
Just
yeah,
like
that
that.
very good way to handle. I used to say, I love you too.
Yeah, and yeah, my experience really in Arkansas told me how to be firm, especially
Mhm.
when you want to discipline a student, because really classroom management will really lead you to a better understanding between you and your student, because actually when you are teaching, you are not just teaching, but you are also learning
Yeah.
from the students.
Good point. Yeah. Good point. I keep saying that, right? I feel like a broken record because I say that, but you really experience it too, right? So,
Yes.
so what are the things that you did differently then? Because you knew this, what were the things that you adjusted?
Yes, the thing that I from Arkansas and here in Arizona, Doc,
Mhm.
here in Arizona, actually, um, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna say this, that my students here, because I am in the reservation school,
Oh, yeah.
so the students here, they're like easy to reprimand,
Mhm.
because
Yeah.
I'm sorry to tell this, but really this is my observation, that the African American and the Native American, they have a very different culture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So differences
and
play a role, yes.
yes, and also physically, when I was in Arkansas, I had the culture shock of students' hair,
Yeah.
students'
Why?
hair, because they are all braided.
Ah, yeah. And
Yeah,
these girls
and
come in with different hair every time. So
yeah,
yeah.
every week, green, blue, pink, like that. But I know that was not real.
Yeah.
I found it maybe last year March, and to think I started in the school in August, and then
You did
I
not know.
found it March already that their hair was not real.
You don't watch
Real.
movies? They have it in movies everywhere. You're so funny, Harv. Yeah. So you thought that was real, that people actually were born with
Yeah,
rainbow
yeah,
hair.
Doc. But when actually at March last year, I already had a close relationship with my students. So that's the time they told me that, oh, Mrs. Zaid, do you want your hair to be braid and have a color of pink next week? And I told them I don't have that money. And then they told me, no, they want they can do it for me for free. And for the next week we will have like green. And then I told them, what do you mean your hair is not real? They said, yeah, our hair is really short because, and then, yeah,
They're wearing wigs. Yeah, they do that.
yeah,
Extensions and all this.
extension.
These are things that are expensive, by the way, unless you're related to the person, like their mother or their aunt or whatever doing it. It's like $200 or more.
Yes,
These are hours. Some of my students in Little Rock, they would tell me that they sat for 12 hours just to do their hair.
yes,
They do their braiding, very separately, little baby, and they were doing it like that for hours. And I said, "What do you do?" I said, "I just play with my phone." And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I'm not that patient."
yeah, for
Yeah.
12 hours.
Yeah, they do that 8 to 12 hours. And I'm like, guys, you're so patient. And that is a very good cultural difference that you notice, because I noticed that even as a student in Arkansas State University, I would see my classmates like, especially my doctorate, when I did my doctorate thing, where there's only 14 of us, a cohort, the whole cohort, there were only 14 of us. So it's like family. We actually, we had supper together, we had a break of an hour and we actually ate together. And so anyway, we had a classmate that would come in with different hair every week. We only met once a week for every week. I'm like, oh, I bet your husband thinks she's got a different wife every week, because her sister was a, beautician. So she
Beautician.
just had to
Yeah.
buy the material and the sister would give her the free labor. The labor is the one that's expensive. But yeah, she had a different hair and we just like look forward to like, I wonder how so and so would look today. And so we would look at like, oh my God, she was not doing the colored hair because it's not very professional. Not very professional, at least with my traditional mind, that I think teachers, unless you really like work in a very progressive school like New York City, somewhere like that in urban, most of the teachers do not really do that. They could do their different color styles, but they do not change their colors to rainbow or other colors. Have you noticed that?
Yes.
There might be teachers that are like usually art teachers. My classmates in ASU, they call them our suite mates, because we share a bathroom, with them, and they happen to be art students. Oh my gosh, they had different hairs, like you said, different hairs every week that I see them. And then, oh my God, what I complained about was the bathroom, because half of them is my side, right? And the other half is their side. And I had a private room, so I didn't have a roommate, but their side was so messy. I'm like dirty clothes everywhere, and I can't stand that. I'm like, oh my gosh, I cannot believe they just like have a basket there to make it neat, But of course, I can't really touch their stuff. But it just I remember thinking it was a bad experience for me. I stayed in the dorm for like 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I had a dorm experience in America. Now that's a totally different experience as well. But it's kind of nice to see that, when you have, I have my high school students that were asking me about dorm life, and I was able to actually share with them. When I first came to
Yes.
America, I lived 2 hours away. So I had to like leave my husband on Sunday afternoon and I had to stay in the dorm till Thursday, after school Thursday, and then come home. I did not take any Friday classes. So I had 3-day weekend with my husband. So I was a part-time wife. So, but I said, but
Part-time wife.
yeah, I was a part-time. Yeah, and I was. But anyway, but with students, they would actually be full-time students. If they're married, a bunch of the students here, when they graduate high school, they would get married. And a lot of the times they would say, well, Miss McCullough, we just decided to get married because it's cheaper for us to live in the marriage dorm. It's like a house. For marriage, they call it marriage housing, and it's
Marriage
cheaper.
housing.
Yeah, it's marriage. It's cheaper for them because they have to share everything with someone, in half,
Yeah.
rather than just them paying for them themselves. But anyway, but you have like a cafeteria plan where you have to eat in the cafeteria. It's expensive because they usually, the 3 meal plan. I got out of that. I said, I don't want to be eating in the cafeteria. I want my own food. Like I go to the mall and eat my food. If I felt like I just wanted something to microwave something, I had a microwave and refrigerator. So I want to do that. I have something that I'm watching. I don't want to leave. So I don't want to go leave in the schedule with the cafeteria. So I got out of it. I was able to put a note saying that, oh, I'm working at this time during lunch, during the dinner plan, so I cannot use the cafeteria plan. I had it signed. It has to be signed by the financial place, VP place, of the school. And I did that every semester because then the money that was supposed to be from my grant, from my Pell Grant, was coming to me instead of to the school. So it came to me, and that was my little allowance thing that I did, going to the mall and eat there in the food court, and and go. And I always walked every day. So walked with my friends and all that. And so anyway, so whatever we felt like, we had that. So yeah, those are nice experiences that you've had. So was there something that you learned from us in the Zoom that you were able to apply when you came here, or were they all nothing?
Actually, Doc, I learned a lot from you, especially when you talk about classroom management, and also when the way we answer in the interview. Yeah,
Yeah.
I learned that from you actually. So there are really lots of things before coming to America that I learned from the Zoom.
Good. I'm glad that you say that because so what were examples in the interview that you remember that, oh, this was in Zoom. What particular
Actually,
question?
the way you introduce yourself to the interviewers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I really remember the one that you told us to prepare 1 to 2 minutes. Yeah,
Introduction.
about ourselves because actually most of the interviews that I have attended, Actually, I just attended two or three, and then the first question is really to tell me about yourself.
Always, always. It's
Yeah.
always like that. In every job, they always say that. In teaching jobs, they always say that. Even administration job, they would,
Yes.
they ask me that. And so, yeah, tell me about your journey, your teaching journey or your personal and professional journey, especially with international teachers. They're going to say your journey from the Philippines to the US, they're going to ask you that. So, yeah, so I think if people will have the patience to like, look at the videos that we had and, you don't have to watch the whole thing, just kind of fast forward some things, whatever. I think you'd learn something, right? And
Yes.
yeah, and the introduction will help you with your interview for sure. Did you ever use the five core propositions? I had a really long introduction today, and I actually talk about five core propositions today. Did you ever apply that? Because you're a science teacher, like Harb.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, doc. Of course. But at times actually you know, there are also times that I forgot, but I really, put it in my mind that I have to use it, and especially that I am now in Arizona.
Mhm.
All I
No,
can say is from my experiences in Arkansas and coming here to Arizona is really very big use for me, especially in classroom management, because as I've said earlier, the culture there in Arkansas and here in Arizona, though they are in the same country, but
different.
really there is a very big difference when we talk about culture.
Mhm. Are they
Big,
all Native Americans? Because you are in the reservation, obviously.
yes,
You're in the
yeah.
reservation. Okay.
They are Native Americans, and
Mhm.
my students are mostly like they look like Filipinos.
They do. They do. They really do.
And
They could look
yeah,
like our nephews.
they're just taller than me.
Yeah. Yeah. And they're so
But
sweet. I'm telling you. They're
yeah, and their skin color is really similar with the Filipinos.
yeah.
If my hair before was very popular with the African American because I've got straight hair, here it's just nothing.
Yeah, it's normal for them. But
It's
but of course you,
normal.
you still have at least 10% of your students that's gonna misbehave in their own way. You're gonna have
Yes,
at
yes,
least 10%. Yeah. That's always gonna be normal everywhere you go. But also the severity of it is different. They're not maybe not as severe in some places that you have. Harvey, I actually visited their apartment and they fed me well. Remember?
yes,
Yeah,
doc. We
yeah,
had
I
mongo
came.
and bulad. Yes,
Blood, I know. I was like so happy. Yeah, I visited them because they invited me to their apartments, and you never did come to my house, did you, Harb?
I did twice.
Oh, twice. Okay, I forgot. There are many
last
people come.
last December when we go to Mountain Home.
Oh, okay. You
Yeah,
what?
you invited
Oh, I
us during
forgot.
Filipino American community
Party, yeah.
party, and also we visited you last. I think that was May.
Oh, with Nancy, right? You
Yeah,
and
before
oh,
we
yeah,
left,
got it.
actually.
I'm so
Yeah.
sorry, I forgot.
I It's okay, Doc. I understand.
I got so many people, coming here because you're always welcome, of course, even when you're in Arizona. If you ever want to come visit here, just let me know ahead of time. So that way, if my kids are coming home, of course, I'm going to say no, sorry. But you're always welcome to come. You have the open invitation from me, okay? That you can
Thank
come
you, Doc.
stay with me. But anyway, so yeah, Mike and family have come a few times. I know they were really helping me, like when we have the Budol party, and Mike is such an amazing decorator. He even decorates his hallways now at his school, and he got one of the best classrooms. Like his
Wow.
yeah, bulletin boards are amazing. I've taken pictures of it. His door is well decorated. Oh my goodness, you would think he's an art teacher. And Mike, I think they always try to also give Mabel, his wife, I credit. Like, did your wife do this?
Yes,
Did your
I
wife
was
help?
there.
But a lot of time it was just Mike because Mike likes to do that. But yeah. So Harb, so you have a good transition, sounds like. Did you follow Crystal? Is that what happened? Did you follow
Oh
them?
yeah, we are in the same school.
Same school. Okay. How many of you?
What do you mean by how many
How many of you
Filipinos
like
here?
in the Filipino, no, the Filipino group here that came over there together, the four
Just
city group?
just I and Crystal.
Okay, I thought there were more than that. Okay, but there are a lot of Filipino teachers in that reservation right now.
Yeah, right now we in the district we are 75% Filipinos.
Serious? Wow, nice.
Yeah.
You have a little community there. Are you forming a community where you're having your parties and stuff?
Oh
Mahjong,
yes.
other things, and
Yeah,
parties?
we have actually dog, and actually on February 28th, that is the last day of February, and oh
Mhm,
no, 27 rather,
mhm.
last Thursday of February, we will have our cultural night in which
Nice.
Filipinos will showcase dancing,
Nice. Oh my
singing, yeah.
God, that's
And
awesome.
also we are going to prepare some food for them so
Mhm.
that the Native Americans can taste
Okay.
our culture.
Yeah.
And
That's yeah.
actually actually one of my AI, she
Mhm.
told me that, "Oh, I will really gonna go there because I love your food. I love your dances." She
Yeah.
told me
Very
that.
good. So you actually like promoting like a tourism thing for the Philippines, right?
Yeah.
Because that's for your J1 visa. You actually have
Yeah.
required to
Yeah.
do something like that,
And
show what you've learned and what you're teaching, right? On culture.
yes, yes, doc.
You have to show you show evidence of that. Do you show them like a video or pictures? What do you show?
Usually of a video. Yeah.
Video. Okay. So I know that in Helena there's some things like Marie Chris, I remembered her doing some kind of like a multicultural festival or something, celebration.
Oh, that's
Yeah, so you
good.
can do something like that. So Mike, that's a good idea for you too to do in Brinkley. There's about what, six of you now there, and Helena's got 15. So if you kind of combine and do something like that, I think that would be great. You can all of you, and Mike is H1B, so you don't have to worry about that. But the J1 visa, the J1 visa holders there, I think that would help everyone because then everyone will have a video together, and
Yeah.
showing that you're teaching them, the other cultural it's an intercultural exchange. You're teaching and you're showing,
Yeah.
right? So yeah. So I'm proud of you. You're doing that. You're doing a lechon. You're gonna have lechon.
Uh we will just have adobo.
Adobo, close enough. Here, we're lucky that in Mike has been helping me. He and his wife been helping me. Like when I order lechon in Memphis, and
Mm-hmm.
Mike would pick it up. I'll just send him cash app. Like, okay, Mike, would you please pay for this? And then Mike would pick it up, and I feel bad because his car, I care what that would smell like lechon. But how many times have you done that, Mike? Once or twice? I don't know. Yeah, so we have a big, I have a big 4th of July. So if you ever want to come here in Arkansas, I have a big 4th of July party usually because that's our anniversary. We got married on
Mm.
July 7th. So whatever is closest to the 4th of July, and usually there's fire there. And so that's when I celebrate mine that Saturday. And so I usually have like a yard party. And I think, the bunch of the Filipinos will come and with the children and all that. And we would play games. I think they did pickleball last time here. My sister set up pickleball. And my sister was bragging that you're good at it. There are very few that actually knew it, but because we play badminton and other things kind of similar. So we're not bad at it. But volleyball, but yeah, I hope you do come. If you decide to come, I invite you for that. Okay, just let me know.
We'll try, doc.
Please,
We'll
yeah,
try.
I send invitation for that. I do a Facebook event for that. So yeah, you are in mine. So you're my group. So yeah, I'll do that for those that are here. So for those that are not here yet, those are some things you will experience, right? So Harb had actually showed you some things that you have to do culturally, for your J1 visa sponsor requirement. Is that requirement like once a year or once
Yes, actually we have two requirements. The other one is local and the other one is international. And the
oh,
one we will have on the 27th will be international.
so what did you do local then? What are the activities you did?
Um in the local I just had showcasing the tourist spots of the Philippines like the Mayon volcano.
Mm,
And then because the topic that I had at that time was in science is stratigraphy,
mhm,
telling them that there are really differences between your country and my country, that maybe we are the same, like you are a human being, I am also a human being, but because of the difference of our stratigraphy, like you are located in this area and I am located in that area, so although we are the same human being but we look different, like that.
mhm. Very
So
good. Love that.
I told them about the Mayon volcano, telling them that this one is our one of the famous
Mhm.
volcanoes, and then yeah,
Perfect.
really showcasing what is um um Philippines.
Yeah, you're a tourist guide. It's
Yeah, like that.
like right by showing, yeah, say when you can do, yeah, you can actually organize things like that. And one of the things that the college here organized, like invited me, I was honored to be invited. Filipino community had actually asked me to represent the Filipinos. At the college, they have a big this college here, particular Ozarka, they is a community college, and they have like an international multicultural event every year, and they choose a country every year. So for that country, for that year, they chose the Philippines. And so they
Mhm.
contact some Filipinos, and then, students that they had. And so they were asking me, can you please, do a presentation for them? And so they were so good. I put the PowerPoint together for the, for when I spoke. But then they did, like, they cooked Filipino food, just big 2, 3 tablesfuls, like a fiesta of food. And then they brought, like, our artifacts. They made
Mhm.
fans, baskets and things like that, decorations from the Philippines, the fork and spoon things, whatever, they brought a lot of that. And we had like a big showcase in the auditorium. We had table fulls of stuff. And then they took a picture, the newspaper took a picture, and we were somewhere. I need to Google that and find that. But anyway, so yeah, and I was in a whole auditorium full of people telling them about the Philippines and the difference between the Philippine and the America. By the way, I have that PowerPoint, and if you ever want that, let me know, and you can edit it or use it as itself. I have compared, like, this is Filipino peso, and this is the US, this is the money here, and this is, I kind of did it that way, like a split screen thing, and so
Mhm.
they could see the difference. Two countries. And then I talk about the history of America and then the history of the Philippines and all the things that American influences because of them, colonizing our country. Those are
Yes.
the things that they contributed and so on. So I kind of covered all that, and I even linked videos to, like, missionaries there that learn how to speak Filipino language, and they're so cute because they're white or black Americans, but they're talking Filipino, so cute. But anyway, there's several of that on YouTube. So yeah, so those are some things that you need to to teach students, right? So
Yes.
so is this your second or third year on your J1 visa? Because I know you have 5 years.
Second,
Second. So with will your school maybe do H1B for you guys later? Maybe?
hopefully, doc.
Yeah. Yeah,
Hopefully.
that's what I'm saying. If they know you and do not want to lose you, they're gonna end up saying, you know what, after your 2 years, we want to hire you. And then you say, can you please hire me as an H1B? Because the difference in the visa fees is just so little. That's the big thing for them is that they have to be responsible for you. Like they are your sponsors. So
Mhm.
one visa, but if they are a school that paid for everything anyway, so it might just be a matter of 900 or $1,000 difference. I don't remember, but not very big difference when you come to just the amount being paid for the visa. But the thing is, some schools are just afraid, or afraid, like, oh my gosh, we are responsible for them. We are their sponsors. Like they're afraid of the word sponsors. Yeah, I'm telling you, I've that experience where, like, Merlina, are you sure? Our legal department is not going to letting us do this, especially if they have a lawyer, a school lawyer that would, like, oh no, that's scary. You could get sued. And so I'm like, oh, the immigration folks would come here. They are so afraid. So I have to pretty much talk them into it.
Mhm.
Whenever it's like, oh yes, and Marlena, what's the difference between H1B and J1? I would push for H1B, but if they cannot afford to, then I would say, yeah, J1 is okay because it's an international cultural, exchange. So you can, your students can learn about the Philippine culture, and then at the same time, your teachers are also learning about the American culture. So it's a good thing. It's like an international student experience, but this is a teacher exchange experience. That's kind of
Yes.
how because I've always hosted exchange students.
Mhm.
So I was the host, and I made sure that all their needs were met and so on. And I did that when my kids were high school, so that they were classmates. They were in the same school. Even if they were not classmates, but they are in the same school. And so when we brought them together, and I treated them like I did my kids. So same thing with teachers. You're like the teacher exchange. The community is really your kind of your host. You're learning a lot from the community, and I'm so proud that 75% Filipinos. My gosh, that's awesome, right? So are you
Yes.
sharing though? Are you getting along? Like people are nice to each
Yes,
other?
doc.
Good. Because a lot of times I see competition. Sometimes your growth mindset and fixed mindset folks in a school, your fixed mindset would say, like, well, I'm not sharing. I developed this. I worked so hard on this. Why do I have to share? Your growth mindset folks are like, I'm like me. I'm like, in education, we steal and we steal and rob and do everything. We share everything. And I always believe that. I still believe it. So if I see
Yes.
something that's really cool, I would actually email some teachers that I used to work, or the teachers under you were my teachers when I was administrator. I would email them like, oh, this would be so and so would like this. I think so and so would benefit from this. So I would actually either text them or email them or take a picture of it, and it's like, you see this bulletin board? I think you'd like this. So I would, whenever I'm visiting, I always see things like that, especially with my teacher, my sister, who's still a teacher. She's in her last year before she retires. I always shared with her, and I always told her, share with the others too. Share with the other
Yeah.
teachers that you think, yeah. So I'm so glad that you have a growth mindset there, and you're sharing. Experience for most teacher, sister and I, you might have experienced this too, is that sometimes you have some fixed mindset colleagues that would actually more of jealous, like saying, oh my gosh, don't have to work so hard. You're making us look bad. But we heard that a lot. And I'm sure they're joking, but it's actually partly true too, because actually, if they see that, oh my God, look at the sisters are doing this, they're doing that, we're doing projects, we're doing presentations, we're doing all these community involvement things, and the others are not. And then we're in the papers, all this. So I'm like, we're not doing it for that. We're doing it because we know it's impacting student learning. It's actually helping the students remember what we're teaching them because they experience it. But it's going to be some of our fixed mindset folks are going to look at it like, oh, they're just showing off. They look at it like, oh, they're just making us look bad. And so when I hear that, and although it was meant as a joke, I also reflect on it. Like, have I been sharing? What's my relationship with this particular teacher? I need to work on my relationship with this particular teacher, because if she has a positive filter towards me, she's not going to say that. She's
Yes.
not, because if you like that person, if you have that, that friendship, that close friendship, then you're not going to say that to a friend, to a close friend.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, Doc.
So I also have to reflect, what can I do in order to build this relationship? Because I know we have some teachers, and I always saw this, that are so negative, that are just negative Nancy, Marites, or Karen, whatever you call them. They're like that. And I win them over. Every school I worked, the worst teacher that would be the most negative, they became my close friends. And so to me, that's like success. And like, I actually worked hard to make sure that I form a relationship with this colleague, or my teacher if I was administrator, because nobody liked this teacher, no friend. And here I am building this person up as a person that, I wonder if you could try it this way. Have you looked at it this way? Because they always see the negative perspective. And I was like, how about this side? How about, this is also good because, because they always see the bad things. And so as a
Yes.
person that's trying to build them up, I always tell them, okay, look at the other side of the coin. This is what your kids are learning. This is why, so I think I slowly had them come my way, from watching movies with
That's
them,
nice, Doc.
going out to eat with them, and I really worked. But I was successful. I remember two cases. Well, that was hard. One of the teachers said, so I was wanting a break because she had like two breaks in one day. And if she gave me one of her breaks on the schedule, then that would work out where I would also have a break every day. And I only had 4 at that time. And so I had to like switch places with her on that particular special class. And so when I asked her, she said, well, it's good for you, but what is it in for me? I'm like, well, I would do it for you, even if there's nothing for me, and all this. But I remembered her saying that the very first week we worked together. And then at the end of the school year, we were like buds. We were like so close together. So,
Wow.
but I remember that our first experience, like, oh my gosh, why would a person say that? Like, I would do it for people, not because of what I get from it, it's because I'm helping this person. See, that's kind of growth mindset I have. It's like,
Yes.
I'm helping you. I'm happy for that, rather than what can I get from that? I never have that. I never would give someone and say, you know what, I'm doing this because I want this from this person. Never. Never in my mind. I guess my dad beat us up so much that we're like, you cannot be doing that. You can't be they call them a bohol person. You cannot be saying, oh, I did this for you, so you have to do this for me. Oh my gosh, we were like beaten up when we were little. because you can do that. You cannot, I mean, as strict as my dad was, he really had some things, good things that helped us, because you can't do that. You do things for people because you're helping them. You're doing this for them. And that's why, kindness is so hard to give away, because you actually are also benefiting from it, because, you make yourself happy as well when you're helping somebody, right? So it's not like
Yes,
a
that.
fun thing because I'm like, yeah, I know I don't get anything out of it. But then at the same time, I'm actually happy because I'm helping this person. You see the improvement of that person's life or schedule, for that matter, because of you helping. And she ended up helping me. But I remembered her at the end of the year, like, you remember when the first week you didn't even want to help me? I went over with food too, bring adobo, noodles, all kinds of things. And, those are some things that you do, because that's one of the questions too. What happens if there's a situation where you have a colleague that's hard to get along with? What do you do? And the good answer is like, I bring them noodles, Philippine noodles, and adobo and egg roll. And I win them over with food, But anyhow, because I think food wins people over. But lots of good schools are having like a potluck, like a monthly potluck for the birthday teachers with birthdays. Oh my gosh, I would do that. I would bring it, and then I'll bring a special, package for just that particular person. I'm like, oh, I brought this for the thing. Here's a warm one thing for you. And so I would do that, like kiss whatever. But no, I built that relationship, and they saw, and you kind of push them, you have to do it slowly, and and they,
Oh,
yeah, show them that you really are not after something. I just want to help you. I just want to, because some of them would, when they're negative, they would say things like, "Ooh, why is she doing this?" Whatever, they would say things like that. But then I also saw some colleagues that were so bad, feuding, and I was in the middle of it. They're two different, same grade, and there were only three of us, and the two of them were feuding, and I'm in the middle. The other one would be like, and one day they were like having a huge fight, I mean, huge fight, like screaming at each other, fight, and the students were there. They were called because they were called by the principal, because that's not very professional at all.
yes.
And they would say things like, she would put things in her mailbox that's kind of like helping, I mean, not helping this particular teacher, saying, okay, for example, if the teacher has alcoholism or whatever in their family, and this other teacher would put things about alcoholism in her mailbox. Things like that, that's awful, but that happens, so don't do that. I hope you don't ever do that, because you're going to meet at least 10% of the staff would have something, some negative Nancy things.
Yes.
But yeah, so you can be the model. Do not, I always say, do not go and muddle and wrestle and muddle with the pigs. If they're muddling and wrestling over there, do not join them.
Yeah, just let them.
Just let them. You be the bigger person. Just like with students, you don't
Yeah.
argue. If the student is so contrary that they want to argue with you, and they want to show the other classmates that, see, I'm gonna get this teacher. So you're gonna, as in that, you're gonna have to, okay, you assign something to your other students, but then you pull them privately outside in the hallway. Make sure you're still watching the others. Because a lot of time the doors have their little glass thing. You can still see them. And talk to them privately, and really like more of whisper. Do not ever scream. Be calm. They're not calm. You might, if you need help from the administrator saying that we need a place for them to calm down. Sometimes do not, when they are really like tiger trying to attack you, do not be like, trying to attack them. Just be calm, be the calm person. And if it's really beyond your ability to physically, help them, you can get the SRO or the administrator to help you, because they will help you with that. But do
Yes.
not have a confrontation with them. You lose every time, because you look like a very unprofessional teacher. They don't trust and respect you. They're gonna be going. Their peers are gonna be like high fiving them. Yeah, you got so and so. You got Miss Harvey. So no, you don't do that. Middle school and up. That's gonna be a thing that they would do. And so don't muddle and wrestle with the pigs. Just remember that, okay? And we have that fight or flight, because that's built in our brain thing, the reptilian brain. We're going to either fight or we're going to go flight. And so you don't want to have that fight thing. I would rather have
Yes.
flight thing.
Flight.
Yeah, get them out of that situation where the other kids are not seeing you and getting involved, because that's also a privacy thing anyway. You don't want the other kids to see you discipline another kid. Don't
Yeah.
do that. We have teachers that got fired because of them um being like hitting a kid or doing something like that. Where in the Philippines, maybe some of you, I don't know if they can get away with it, but some places they can get away with that, but not here in America. Teach but not touch. Okay?
Yes,
But you
true.
need to remember, teach but not touch. I think in the U.S. there are only 9 states that still do corporal punishment. Corporal punishment means spanking, okay? And administrators would do the spanking, and then the teacher usually is the witness. When I first started teaching in our school, we had the teachers could spank, and of course, I didn't know any better. I spanked. I did spank my first year of teaching. Yeah, when my first year of teaching, I did, maybe my first 2 years. But then later on, I was told, like, Merlina, if a child has a mark on them and the parents would take a picture and then they would sue you, and if they win, you lose your license, you have to register as a sex offender, and so you have to you become a criminal. So it's not worth it. And also being a Filipino teacher, can you just see the headline? Filipino teacher beating up this American kid, or Filipino administrator beating up this American kid. So I never did that anymore after I found out. So, but you know what? The maybe 2 or 3 kids that I spanked because it's really, really bad, they became the best students. They were like happy that I spanked them. They were like the better relationship with me because maybe they didn't have discipline at home, and they knew that after I disciplined with them, I actually talked to them and say, hey, I didn't do that because I hate you. I don't like I didn't like the choices you made. But I love you. I really like you as a student. I really think you're one of my favorites. And I'm very things that I mean. I did not just make it up. Things that I felt. But I did that later. But they became like closer to me for some reason. But still, I would not recommend that you spank. Let the administrators do that. When I was an administrator, I was supposed to be spanking, right? Forget it. I already told them like, I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna spank. Told the superintendent this in private. I'm like, if you hire me, I'm not gonna spank. I'm gonna, there are other options. You can suspend them, so many days. There are other options that you can do. You don't expel them unless it's really bad, but you can always suspend them 2 or 3 days, whatever. But my partner administrator liked to spank, so he got to spank a lot. I'm like, okay, so and so take over. Because I was and when I was assistant principal, I was assistant principal with academics. And this assistant principal is more like for discipline. So he was doing a lot of discipline, but his last period, he had coaching responsibilities. So I have to do that in the last period. But I was not spanking. I was investigating it. Like usually if it's a bullying issue, I want to have at least 3 people, 3 witnesses. I have to have evidence. And so I did that, and I would tell him, took really detailed notes, and I'll give it to him to take care of it the next day. Because I've done some where I actually made decisions that day if it's not too bad. But that's not my favorite thing to do. As an administrator, that's my least favorite thing that I love going to teachers' classroom. I love doing modeling, lessons in front of the students and the teachers learning from me. I love the coaching part of being an administrator because I believe that administrators should be curriculum leaders. So that's why I said, but 90%, maybe 80% to 90% of the administrator's job, if they don't have an assistant that does discipline, is discipline. They can't do the other stuff because they're so busy with discipline. I always joke with fellow administrators, like, you have lots of customers waiting outside. When I visited their office, and I'm like, you have, 8 customers outside. And you can always tell, because I was at a district at one time too. So I had 6 schools I'm working with. I always visited with the principal. So I would always joke with them like, hey, what's going on? Is something big going on in your school today? What happened to 10 kids over there looking like they're so sad? You're like, yeah, I know, I need to, I'm investigating this particular fight in the hallway, whatever. And so anyway, yeah. So you will experience those things that you do not experience in the Philippines, that you've never experienced in the Philippines or will experience in the Philippines. But these are things that might be a shock to you. Things that some of our Filipino teachers have seen kids punching each other in the hallway or pulling each other's hair. And, when I became administrator, I was so surprised that I had more female student problems than males. I was expecting that in my office, there would be lots of males coming. No, it's the mean girls. It's always like a couple of mean girls in the middle of some drama, and somebody's bullying or somebody broke up with a certain boyfriend because so and so steal this guy. I mean, oh my gosh, I had to deal with those dramas in junior high, eighth and ninth grades. And so I'm like, oh my God, this is not what I was expecting when I was a teacher. As administrator, I'm thinking, these boys fighting or what? No, not very many. There was one boy that was a, playboy and was always dating different girls, and he was always in the middle of this, fights. But, so as a teacher, as an administrator, I guess the experience I'm learning from you all, because I never taught in the Philippines. I was a student in the Philippines when I left, right? But so my experiences are all in America. So all 30 plus years of experience are all in America. So even though I retired in 2016, so this is like my 9th year of being a consultant. So I continued to know about education through my visits in the classroom. Where I'm consulting, I'm actually helping the teachers, I'm actually teaching in front of our teachers and so on. And so, yeah, and I enjoy it a lot, seeing you grow. I could see your first year, I did first year to like now, for example, and Harb, I did not get lucky enough to like go to your school, because I think your school really did not have consultant, did they? To help you guys?
Um,
They did
I
not.
think I think they have, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure,
No,
dog.
see, they did not have a Filipino consultant, is what I'm saying. They do not have
Um,
support for the international
y-
teachers. Because that
y-
school, if I was right, the first time I knew about Filipino teachers coming to Arkansas, your school was the first one that I knew about. And this Jane, met her in the airport. I was visiting, I was traveling either Hawaii or some other state. And I came in and I'm like, I saw this Filipino teacher in the airport, as you come down to go get your luggage. And she was jumping up and down, welcome teachers, whatever. Like, what in the world? What is this teacher doing? So of course I have, being a meddler, I'm like, hey, what, are you Filipino? Like, yeah. I said, what are you doing here? So she was telling me, and you might remember Jane. You remember Jane? Han? Anyway,
no.
she left you guys. She went to Memphis. But anyway, so then she got to tell me that we have about 22 teachers in our school, Filipino teachers. And I'm like, wow. And then later on, they are like 3 or 4 left. And I think maybe now, like what, 3? You don't have
It,
very many left, right? Do you know how many left now?
I'm not sure,
Not much, yeah.
but
And
I heard many of them.
left, yeah. And that's sad that that happens, but it's be a lot of time is because you feel like the lack of support. When you feel like, here I am being left alone and nobody helps me, or even tells would tell me that how I'm doing, or you feel like you're being picked on, like people are picking on me, they're not supporting me and they're looking at me negatively. You don't have the support of administrators. That happens a lot. So in one of the schools that I used to help, they had a very, very supportive administrator, and then he left and then got replaced with not supportive administrators. And I'm hearing some of them wanting to move to other places, because you don't want there's a research actually that said that if you were raised in poverty, which most of us Filipino teachers were, um you have to like your boss, your administrator. You have to like them, or they don't, or they leave. Well, as a person that was raised like rich or a middle class, Americans, for example, they would put up with it. They would. But us being raised from the poverty, we have to like them. And I said, I never knew that research, but I read it. And it's like they did a study and they found out that those from poverty would actually, really feel like when they work, when they have a job, they will stay if they like their bosses, and they leave if they don't. And middle class will put up with it. Like, I'm getting my pay. I don't care what they do, whatever. I'm just, as long as I'm getting paid. That's kind of the thinking of some, some. I'm sure it's never an all, guys. It's always a some. Some would believe that. But on this study, it was really found with huge numbers of participants, that they found that people in poverty are all actually not putting up with that. So you have to like your bosses. And I see
Yeah.
that's why see a lot of people moving, like, oh, I don't have a good boss, you know. So that's a very common reason. And I know yours is like maybe a better situation for you. And you also had a good sideline business. I mean, you know, some things that you could work with, you know, right in the summer, you know, that tutoring and other things. So, by the way, whenever you come here on a J1 visa, you can only work as a teacher. You came here as a teacher, you can only work as a teacher. So you cannot be like working at the Walmart or a dollar store. They won't let you do that because that's not, I mean, you'll get in trouble, right? From your sponsor
Yes,
if you do
from the
that.
sponsor.
That's not teaching. But if you're tutoring kids, that's still teaching, it's okay. You can tutor kids all day long, you know, like in the summer. But still part of your, you know, reason to be here is teaching. So that's the big difference with that. Yeah. So what other things can you share that that's different or the same from America to Arkansas and Arizona? Is the weather a big difference? The first time I went to Arizona, I felt like I came out of the oven when I came in the summer. I'm like, oh my God, this is so hot. Did you feel that during the summer?
Actually, Doc, yes. We arrived here in Arizona,
Summer?
last June.
Uh-huh.
So it's really,
Hot.
it's really like I am melting.
Yeah, it's like
I'm
in
not
Philippines, right?
melting like I'm literally melting to the bones.
Yeah, you felt like that. It was like I'm telling you,
Yeah.
you feel like you're being cooked. Yeah, that's exactly what you felt like. We were. I think I remember my very first visit there. My husband had he's a pilot, right? We had a four-seater, and so we came out of our plane. We came out, and I'm like, he opened the window, and I'm like, whoa,
Yeah,
this is
it's a
so hot.
dry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is so hot, and I'm like, I know they always say Arizona's hot, but when I felt that, I'm like, oh my God, this is the hottest place.
dry heat. Yeah,
It's dry heat. See, in the Philippines, it's hot, but it's humid. You feel like
yeah,
the wind and all that, especially if you're by the beach. You know, it's a very tolerable. It's actually okay because of the humidity and the wind and all that you feel. But not in Arizona. It's a dry heat. It's like a desert heat.
yes,
You know, like
yes,
Las
Doc.
Vegas is the same. Las Vegas is also a desert. Same thing with Las Vegas. That's why, you know, you stay in a lot and you go, you know, with lots of places to lots of things to do there, which is a good thing. But anyway, yeah, that's also a consideration, by the way. You know, some people that do not like heat, you know, if you cannot stand heat and you'd rather be cold, you might not want to Texas. You might not want to go to Texas, Arizona, or or Las Vegas because Nevada, because those are hot places,
Hot. Yeah,
very hot. But if you also do not want cold places, do not go to Alaska. You know, Alaska will kill you. Or Minnesota or any of those you know, you look at the mid
northern.
part,
Yeah,
yeah,
northern part.
northern part. If you look at the map, if you go above Missouri and up, those are cold. You know, New
Yeah.
York's cold, New Jersey cold, you know, all the Pennsylvania, all those northeast places, the 13 colonies, they're cold. So those are places actually that I still have left to visit. I still have like some Connecticut and other little places that I've not, Rhode Island, Maryland. I've not, no, I went to Maryland. Anyway, so there are about 12 states that I have not visited. And most of them are in that northeast part of the United States because they're also cold and it's good to visit them in the summer, you know, because that's pretty much the only way. Because if you go in the winter, it's gonna be like a foot of snow. You know, sometimes the snow is so bad that you can bury a whole car. You know, you you see it on TV. You know, there will be a snowstorm in Minnesota, and they would bury the whole car and or the whole
Yeah.
the front part of the house. You cannot open it because it's all full of buried in snow,
Yeah.
you know, right? So, but you don't have to worry about that in Arizona. But your food will ruin fast because it's hot.
Yeah.
Is is
Um,
your is your bill and utilities higher too because you have to air condition a lot? Is it
um
higher?
actually, Doc, I am really living in White River, and that White River, the weather there is different from Phoenix, but I am here now in Phoenix because my husband is working in Phoenix.
Oh,
I just come here during weekend,
mm.
and
Your part-time
so
wife too.
yes, that part-time wife. And then during weekdays I go there. In White River, it's cold in there. Actually, we are expecting snow, but no snow comes. All
Uh-huh.
the snow are in Arkansas, but our
Uh-huh.
weather is negative. Yeah, it's negative in there, but utilities is okay because my house is using a propane gas.
Okay, that's what we do.
200. I pay 200 for a month.
Mm.
But if I'm not gonna use that one, especially during summer, I just paid 40 or 60 for the electricity.
That's not bad
And
at all.
yeah, and the water is free.
Nice.
Yeah, the water
Yeah,
is free. And I
yeah.
think
Sound like
the
it's a low standard of living. It's not very expensive. That's good, right?
yes,
You don't have as much
because yeah, that is
expense.
a they maybe because that is a reservation.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. I bet you're right. Because here in America, the utilities are pretty expensive. You know, a lot of times you're paying water at least $50. That's cheap. $50 a month. See, we have a well. I'm lucky that in our house we have a well, a very deep.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, that's our own. And so the water is so good. You know, there's no chemicals at all, just a filter. And so we drink it from the well, and which means no bill. And then
Yes.
with the water bill also comes the trash bill, where where you put your trash out and they will pick it up every week. We don't have that either. So we have this remember the hangar that we have, this 8,000 square foot hangar next door, that my husband used for playing before, but now it's a storage. We have this big fireplace thing, like a chimney thing that he burns our trash in. But the things that will not burn, like cans and things like that, or glass, so we actually put it out in the in the trash with our friends trash thing. But which is not very much, every week, just like little baby, so it might be a once a month thing that we throw, but the rest of them we burn, which is also sometimes a good thing, because when you talk about people stealing your privacy, your private information, they do that from the trash. So if you have a trash and you do not like get rid of your address, they would steal that, your information from those things, from that trash. So be careful of that. Before you throw trash, either cut it up or little baby, or you just make sure that you don't have that
Shredded.
information. Yeah, shred it. The your medicines, you have all your information about you too. So I would make sure that before I throw the bottle, I would take out the information and cut it up, everything like that, because anymore, there's a lot of people wanting your information. So all they have to do is go to the trash. Some of them may work there, or some people may just go there intentionally to get information. So you have to be watchful, I guess. So tell me about your husband's job. What does he do?
He is now in home care.
Oh, okay, home care. Okay, good.
Yeah.
And see, the thing with J1, that's the advantage of J1 over the H1B, is that J1, your husband or spouse would be J2, right? And so
Yes.
once you get here and you get your Social Security, and then you get your EAD, which is Employment Authorization Document, EAD, it takes about what, 6 weeks, maybe? 4 months?
4 months in my case.
4 months?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So it depends on the state, I guess.
Yeah.
So some are under load, you know.
Yeah.
So also sometimes they have lots of mistakes. And I think in Arkansas, in your area where you were, there's somebody there that messes up spellings or things like that. And it's like, oh my gosh, and I know the director there. So actually just text him like, hey, your same employee is messing up again. He would do like one day, one of the teachers were like the first name and the last name were the same. This particular person mistyped it and all this. So it's like different things. Of course, that takes another time to correct it. And then
Yeah.
messes up the address. And I'm like, oh my God, the same person. I'm like, what in the world? I said, you are employing people that do not pay attention to details. I have said this so many times, and I think he cannot get rid of the person, but I have complained about this person so much. But anyway, because I don't even know the person's name, but I get his description from the Filipino teachers, and get the same description. And I'm like, and I would tell it to him, and he's like, yeah, I know who it is, Merlina. I have the same problems. And I'm like, yeah, but why are you not doing anything about that? So I don't want to tell you about your job, but I feel close to him. I could just tell him. But anyway, I'm like, yeah, we need to all do our jobs. Paying attention to details is a very good job for, Social Security people. But of course, that's his job. That's just the kind of person he is. So hopefully he'll get better. See, that's my growth mindset person. So anyhow, okay. Well, thank you so much for coming on, and tell Crystal to do the same, okay? Because I do
Yes, doc.
remember, I'm telling you, I remembered you attending the first Zoom. I remember thinking, what did I say to you? I said something about how unique your name was. I think is what, did I say that?
Yes, doc.
Yeah, I remember saying that, oh, this is a unique name, you know. Yeah. And I remember thinking that you're very tall. And then when I met you, I'm like, what in the world is she? Is short like me? I did not expect you to be short like me, not 5, you know. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you look taller on the Zoom. Did I say that to you when I met you? I'm like,
Yes, doc.
yeah, fellow short person. But dynamites come in small packages.
True.
I always say that. But anyway, all right, it was nice visiting with you. And I'm going to let you call somebody that you want to talk to. I know Giselle's here. Thank you, Giselle, for coming on. Lane is here, or Vivian. Fran, you want to talk?
Doc Marlena,
Oh, yeah,
I
Marna.
think, hi,
Yeah.
I think Miss Munette
Okay,
also is in here. She wants to introduce herself.
that's good. Thank you, Marna, for helping me. All right, Miss Monette, go ahead. Go ahead, come on.
Munette,
Hello po.
Miss Munette.
Good
Oh,
morning.
very good.
Hello.
Yeah, good morning here. Good evening there.
Aloha. Yes, a previous colleague of Ma'am Mirna po. I'm currently working with Ma'am Maricel. I am actually not sure if I should introduce myself because earlier I started coughing as well,
Oh,
and it's
it's okay.
very
You can take
terrible
your
right
time.
now.
I'm over here having my cold. Anyway.
I'm not sure what happened. So I am po Mona Lisa Kayatok. I'm fondly called as Teacher Monette by my colleagues and my students. So yeah, you have that. I am a licensed teacher and a licensed counselor from the Philippines. Yeah. So I actually wanted to become a psychologist, a psychiatrist. Actually, that's why I took up guidance and counseling because, as you know, in the Philippines, if you don't have money, it's just like it's difficult to take on the dream course. And so, since I'm gonna study in a state university near my house, I took up education instead.
Hmm.
And yes, I majored in English as encouraged by my cousins. And so I have been teaching here in Qatar, Philippine School Doha as well. Yes, currently I'm in the senior high school department po. Um, as to my counseling, I'm also given a subject because in the Philippine curriculum, senior high school, po, we have like the specialized subjects, and under UMS po, we have discipline and ideas and applied social sciences, and one subject in particular is tackling on counseling, and sometimes they give me counselors as well, and as a counselor myself, it actually affected my teaching philosophy, one student at a time. Um, or, well, like one student at a time. It's when we learn about our student that we can push them forward, like we can move forward together.
Mhm.
So that's my teaching philosophy. We don't really need to like make everything good the very first time with all the students. Again, one student at a time. Yes, we should learn more about our students first to be able to lead them better, right? So, and as a guidance counselor, I think um, it helped me become more resilient in terms of dealing with students who are difficult. Last school year, I was given the most difficult class actually because they believe that I am a guidance counselor and I have better understanding of the students. Luckily, I'm blessed with God's blessing. They all graduated. No one failed in the class. I think that's my biggest achievement last school year with with the class that was given to me. Yeah, they
Was what
all
grade? What grade was this? What
grade
grade?
12.
Oh, okay. And you said how many years of experience?
I have 10 with PSD. I have 2 years of ESL as well because I am an English major. Then I have in between, while I was studying, while I was working as an ESL teacher, I actually studied guidance and counseling. Then after that, after graduating and securing my license, I worked as a guidance counselor for 4 years.
Okay,
Then I came here
I
to
got it.
Doha.
All right. So you're fluent, by the way. You're so good. Just like who was it earlier? I forgot.
Marisol.
Maricel, yeah, very good. And so no problems with you. I can tell you are working abroad because you're very confident, already and so on. I would recommend that because if you are applying as a teacher, your examples need to be more teaching. I know you can mention guidance counseling, of course, but because you can kind of nonchalantly mention it, like you did because I was a former guidance counselor, I was able to understand my students. So you're actually showing them the importance of knowledge of students, which is good. Um, the word that I want to practice again with everybody is colleagues. Okay, so can you say that with me, Monette? Colleagues.
Colleague.
Yeah, it's not because in the Philippines we say colleagues. Okay, so when you do your interview, and this is not just you, it's me too before, is colleagues. Just make sure this is my colleague or my colleagues, because they will just say, what did you say? They might say that. But anyway, but other than that, I love the way that you were giving examples. And you said something about teaching as a second choice because you don't have the money to go. That's a good thing to share, but I would kind of finish it up, but like, although that was my second choice, I love it. You know, because I had a mistake of doing that. My first love was actually law. I was gonna be as a law student, and I mean, in fact, I was a pre-law student when I left, right, at the USJR. But so when I share that, I'm like, although I always saw myself in the courtroom as a lawyer, but my first love is education, because I remembered when I was a child teaching the neighborhood kids and my cousins, and I was the teacher always. I guess I must have been a very domineering person or bossy teacher because I was always a teacher because I loved it. I remembered loving it. So when I switched from law to teaching, I just knew that was the place for me. And I knew that, being with students, I knew that I'm in the right place. So kind of bring it back, maybe, like, although being a counselor, no, although I was wanting to be a psychologist and psychiatrist, education, it still feels like I use some of the skills because no, you can still bring it back to education. Okay, so but all the things that you said are awesome. I love the example about given the most difficult class, but you were successful with it. That's awesome. That's a really good example. And so you were sharing that you were a former ESL teacher is a good thing too, because um, a lot of schools do not have an ESL trained teachers. So that's a very good thing to say. I was trained ESL. I have my international ESL teaching license. So I could actually go to any countries and be okay to teach ESL. But it's good. It's a good thing to have, right? It was not easy to get, but it's a good thing to have. And so that's a good thing to share. You may want to share any extracurricular things possibly that you are interested in sponsoring, or you have been involved or want to be involved. That might be something you could also add, because you did a good job with philosophy and so on. And so did you say something about why you want to be in the US? You did, right? Did you? I didn't have.
Not
Yeah, you might want to
that.
say that too. It's like, I would love to be, although I have been in Qatar for so many years, I feel like going to the US would further enhance, my journey, my professional journey, and learn about America, because I've always dreamt about, being, a teacher in America. You can say things like that. But, and then at the end, they're going to ask you then, Monette, do you have a question for us? What would you say to that?
I actually don't have a question right now, but
Yeah, you have to prepare one, girl. Before your interview, you have to prepare one. So people that had been repeat offenders, repeat participants here, can you suggest some things that you want to tell her that I've always said, that I've always shared before? I think Giselle might be a good one to answer this. Giselle, can you share? Do you mind sharing with Monette some things that she could ask the administrators when they ask her, do you have a question for us? Because that's always going to be the end. Do not say, how much do you pay? Because that's already on their website, okay? You should check their website. Giselle, how do you answer that?
Hi, Doc. Good morning.
Morning.
Good evening here in the Philippines. I'm sorry I was late today because I had to go to my son because he had a camporee. So I have to go there to check on him.
Oh, no problem.
One administrator asked me that question. Do you have question for us? I was asking about, do you have PDs for
Professional development.
your teachers?
Yeah.
Yes. When we
Yes.
get there, do you have plan for PDs for us?
Very
That's
good.
my
So,
question, though.
yeah, that's a very good question. Other question could be like, do you have any other international teachers there already? You know, so that would be a good question to ask also, because then you can kind of see, okay, are there gonna be people that could like room with you or something like that, you know? So those are some things that you could include, but the PD question is a good question. Okay, so the other questions might be something that you can look up in their website. So Google their website, Google their school, and put the state with it, because some schools are very like Martin Luther King School. It's a very common name for schools here. So make sure you add, you add the address of the school or the state, because that's a very common name, for example. So yeah, very good answer there, Giselle, because about the PD. Debbie, do you want to add something to that? What other questions can candidates ask?
I think in line also with the question of Ma'am Giselle, it's very important that you ask the question on, is there somebody who could mentor me along the way as I am starting in teaching in your school? It would
Very
be
good.
important for me because I have, like you're always saying, I have a growth mindset, and not just because I had a long experience in teaching. I want to be able to make you understand that I want to grow in your culture here in America, and I want to grow as a teacher knowing your standards in your school, and I want to make sure that you will be content and satisfied that I will be an effective teacher. So I want to
Very
know if
good.
there could be people who would mentor me.
Oh, guys, I could not have said it any better, girl. So yeah, it's that is a very good point to make, because you're also showing that you are a growth mindset, you are wanting to learn, and so that's very well said by Debbie. That you are showcasing more about yourself while also asking them, is there a go-to person I can go? They call that a go-to person. So is there a go-to person I could go? I could find in your school, or am I going to be assigned? Usually, you are assigned a mentor, so you could also ask, like, will there be a mentor assigned to me? Because although I'm a seasoned teacher with 20 years of experience or 10 years of experience or 10 plus years of experience, I know I'm new to the country, I'm new to your school, and I would love to have a person that I could go to. And I know I could always go to the principal, administrators, but I know how busy they are. It would be nice to have a mentor. And so they always tell you, yes, you will have a mentor, because that is something that schools do. But yeah, but that's a good question still, though, because a lot of times they will make like the grade level leader, or the team leader, they'll make them your mentor. So then you will be helped, with how to do things and so on, how the grade levels would handle certain topics or whatever. So you share ideas as well as the curriculum. So yeah. So that's a very good question about resources available to you, and mentor or go-to person available to you. Okay. In Arkansas, I used to be the mentor coordinator, and what we did before, it was a special grant or something from the federal programs, and we were pairing teachers. So there was a mentor and a mentee, and I was the mentor coordinator. I had maybe 12 pairs, so 24 people I was working with, and that's on top of my other jobs, but that was like my side job assigned to me. I was the mentor and national board coordinator, and so they were given like $800 to spend for it's not true now because the money's gone, but back then it was like that much money, and they have to spend it within the school year. So the teacher would write a need list, a lot of times were books, some resources, some things that they need, and then they turn it into me for approval. And so when it was approved, then the secretaries would, get it going, where to call for a order and so on. So as an administrator, I have to make sure that all their money is spent, because things that are not spent are returned. Why would you return money? I need to make sure that the partners, that the mentor would help their mentees to get their orders out. I was very strict. I had like a deadline. Okay, guys, by this whatever time you need to have your orders in, because I don't want the school or the district have to return the money because you didn't spend it on time. Schools here, the budget had to be like, all the monies have to be spent by June 30th, because July 1 is a New Year's budget. Okay, so anything that had to be spent for that school year had to be done by June 30th. Okay, because if you go past that and you go past July, that's going to be the next school year's budget. And administrators don't want that because, that's not going to work, for their budgeting. So yeah, pay attention to deadlines. Yeah, good question. Okay. So anyway, Debbie, thanks again for that great addition. And I called two ladies in a row. Remember, I told you that I don't call three girls in a row, three boys in a row in my classroom. I always gave a spy award if I did that because the rule is on the third one, I have to change gender. So I did two ladies. So I'm going to have to call a guy. Mike, are you the only guy left? I think they left us. There are a few guys earlier, but they may have gone to sleep. Is Mike even here? He left already. No, Mike
No
is
po,
here.
Doc. I'm still
Mike.
here.
Mike. So, what question have you asked whenever you were interviewed? What question did you ask your interviewers?
I remember po when you said that it's better to ask if there are some extracurricular activities
Very
that
good.
I can
Yeah.
expose. So,
Yeah, and
yeah.
you did
Yes.
that, right? You did that. You asked that, and then
Yes
you
po, yes
became a
po.
coach. You're given a
Yeah.
volleyball coach. Yeah.
Mhm, mhm.
Yeah. So Mike is now the official volleyball coach at their school, at the second school even, right? Are you official now, Brenda?
Soon.
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 Okay. Yeah. And
Yes
you'll have
po.
a new school too, Mike. So yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. Mike has
Mhm.
actually moved from one school to another. And I think he's in a better situation, I think, from what my observation is. I observe him
Yes.
in school and in here, so he seems happier here. Yeah. So anyway, you've got the best administrators. I'm biased to Brenda, but yeah, you have really great administrators there. So anyway, all right. So I did the two, not three in a row. Yay, Mike. Thank you. And who else I've not talked? Fran, did you have anything new? I know that Fran, I've gotten some surveys from schools from Giselle, but I've not seen your name. I think Marlon also, but Giselle's been active, I noticed. So I didn't know if you and Marlon are also busy applying or not. Have you? Fran?
Yeah, I'm applying also, and I'm busy for my uh diploma for SPED. I'm starting my class this
Oh, okay, yeah.
morning.
But make yourself do at least one or two two a day or something, one or two a day, because then it will become a habit for you that I need to do this, or I need to check www.schoolspring.com and see if there's some new openings that I want, whatever. So make that as part of your, you know, habit, because
Habit every day, every
every day,
night, two
yeah.
or one.
Yeah, one or two, do that every day. And that way you can also be updated with what's the trend there. Like for example, special ed, you're going to see a lot of special ed openings, but then you need to read the descriptions if that meets what you want. Okay, because they're going to have bullets of descriptions there. So they might add some things there that you might not want to do. So make sure you read all the bullets under the descriptions of the job description. And try to be closer to Arkansas. This is my cousin friend. So stay close to your cousin so I could visit you. So yeah. So
Yeah.
anything like Arkansas close, Missouri, Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, those are our border states, and Tennessee, that's Memphis, that's close to us. And of course, Kentucky is still close, Alabama and Mississippi. So those are still close to us. It's still very drivable. Georgia, Florida, those are drivable, easy to drive. You don't have to really fly with those places. You can just drive. Although Mike's got the Prius, so he could just drive everywhere in the United States. But anyway, but you can fly everywhere too, here. Especially if you're closer to the Memphis or Little Rock airport, you can just pretty much fly anywhere in the world. They're international airports. So you can, yeah. So if that's a good idea to actually, when you look for jobs, look for closer airports. Do you know I'm 3 hours away from every airport? It's closer to me. I'm like 3 hours from Memphis, 3 hours from Little Rock, 3 hours from Branson, Missouri, airport, and Springfield Airport. So I'm 3 hours away from everywhere. So when my husband picked me up, I mean, no, he was with me, took me here to the United States in 87. I was like, when are we there yet? I feel like a child, like, are we there yet? Because it's a long drive, 3 hours. I came here, I thought, well, when I come there, I'm going to be, going to the house. No, we have to drive 3 hours. And it was like,
So far.
it was so far, and it was night when we were driving. So I was looking for like, high scrapers, the tall scrapers, and there wasn't because live in the country and there's not very many, and there's not very many like high buildings. There's like lots of big buildings, but not tall. And so anyway, I was looking for that, but it's in the capital. But of course, but we don't live in the capital. We live out in the, province, kind of like, in the Philippines. But it's beautiful, rural area is beautiful. So I actually prefer it. So you like the province, friend, because you live there in Karkar.
Yeah.
So yeah, so you would like Arkansas. It's a rural area. It's like a province, but we have all the modern technology, of course, but we just do not have the tall skyscrapers. If you're thinking that you'll see that, you don't see that much in Arkansas unless you go to Little Rock, which is the capital, and then you'll see a lot of that. But yeah, in any state here in the United States, if you Google the capital of that state, for example, Little Rock is the capital of Arkansas. If you Google that, you will have lots of you put, like, for example, Little Rock School District, and in quotation mark, you will see that there's a lot of openings. Every capital of the United States will have lots of openings because a lot of times they have so many schools. Little Rock alone has 123 elementary schools. That's how many elementary schools they have. So it's big. It's a big, big, big district. It's the biggest one. So if you like the big city, big state, a big city, you Google the capital. But the thing is, it's so expensive there. It's like, if the people in like Helena and Brinkley and, Marvel, like Mike and them, they are paying $600, $700 a month. You're paying $1,500, $1,800, $2,000 a month. So that's a lot of money to spend on rent, because that's what it is in big cities. They kill you with the rent. Okay, so just I guess there's a lot of pros and cons that you have to weigh. Am I ready to live in a big city or not? Because an advantage of a big city is that you'll have all the conveniences of a big city. You'll have taxes. Your coaches are expensive. You have to make, there's some buses, there's some cheap transportation. They don't have tricycles, they don't have jeepneys, but they have the buses. They have the public buses that you could ride, and they're cheaper. But in the rural areas like where we are, you have to know how to drive, or else you won't go anywhere. I think there's one taxi now in Salem. I think somebody actually
Only one.
advertised for a taxi now in Salem, but yeah, there's really not much, public vehicle. That's why do you know that a lot of the visa sponsor are actually requiring driver's license as one of the
Yeah, that's it. A
They
lot of
are.
these,
That's why,
they have
because
driver's license in the Philippines. No.
yeah, they ask that. So make sure that you do that. I think sounds like in the Philippines it's easier to get driver's license than here. My niece, my niece Arman's daughter, she's a nurse. I help her become a nurse, and she's a nurse now, and she has her 2 years of experience. She's now processing her papers to come to Texas
Wow.
to be a nurse. But one of the requirement is her driver's
License.
license. Yeah. So that's how I knew. I'm like, wow, really? But see, that's the same thing. It's a J1 visa, unless it's an H1B. But I think if it's H1B, the sponsor, the hospital or whoever's sponsoring them will be the one requiring them. I think she went with an agency, so the agency is requiring her. So and I think in the nursing world, they have to have an agency because they're the ones that place them in hospitals. Yeah. A lot of times the hospitals do not do direct hiring. Like, here schools do direct hiring. They have to go through an agency. 45 minutes from me, Mountain Home, that's where Milet lives. And they hired 50 or 100 Filipino teachers in the hospital, in the local hospital. And then they have these brand new apartment buildings, and they put all the Filipino nurses there. And they have to have one apartment each. So all of the whole building is Filipinos. And a bunch of them have their families. So they have this small community of Filipinos there, because there's at least 100, with their husbands and children, there in Mountain Home being built. Because and see, how I knew about that is that the person that works at the hospital that would help the applicants is a friend of my sister, Milet, as a neighbor. And so she came to Mila's house one night, and I interviewed her, like, well, how things were done in the nursing world. And that's why she told me. And it's very similar to the teachers, very similar. In fact, I was thinking, you know what? I might need to start helping nurses too. If I have contacts from hospitals, I could maybe help, bring nurses here. My Daida's Harman's second daughter, friend, is
Yeah.
now, yeah, she's graduating to be a teacher in May. So yeah,
Ah,
yeah. So, but she still needs 2 years of experience before she
yeah.
come here. So they're the plan B because my mom already, mom being a citizen, had already applied for their family's visa to move to the United States since 2012. This is now 13 years.
13
Still
years.
not, it's still not approved. So, but there's 8 of them. And now they're going to be age out. Anytime the children will turn 21, they're going to be age out. The parents cannot bring them anymore with the same application. They have to have their own application. So, although they were only little whenever they were started, now they're aged out. So they have to come here on their own after they're 21. So that's why
Yeah.
you have to have a degree.
First one is a
Yeah, and that's why one is a nurse and one is a teacher. So I'm proud of them, that they're able to do that with our help. There's 4 girls here helping them plus mom. So they have 5 mini soldiers. Yeah. Yeah, they're lucky, they're blessed. But anyway, so Fran, what did you share your experiences about applying in the US? Have you been like, are you down? Are you frustrated because you nearly got hired, but then it got rescinded, for example?
No, because I know it's the God plan for us. I
Yeah,
think we're not yet ready for the time. And I know that not now, but so soon,
yeah. He
God
has a
will
plan for you.
provide, yeah. God will provide us
Good,
to go
good.
there also. But this time I'm focusing with my studies about
Special
special
ed.
education.
Smart.
I focus on it. And then a little bit time for my application. Uh, I plan every night 2 or 1. If I
Okay.
am not yet tired because I'm come from the city,
Mhm.
tell this province every day I travel 2 hours
Mhm.
from the city because I go home to Karkar. So
Right.
I sometimes 1 or 2. That's why you are the one of my references.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
because of
fine.
you also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of time though, they don't want family to be
Yeah.
to be a reference, but
And then
you just put
I
mentor
told
there instead of a cousin.
yeah, I said mentor, my international coach. I
Yeah,
said,
that's a good
yeah.
one. Yeah.
And then um sometimes also I had in 1 week I have 5,
Okay. Good for you.
3,
Okay.
because I said to myself, even 1,
Uh-huh.
if that possession is from mine already, if God permit us to be that a particular possession is mine,
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
get it.
That's what he's playing, yeah. Because you have to also do your part. Remember that story about the guy that was like there was a flood and he was up in the roof, and trying
Uh,
you said, oh, I think what was it? The first one was a boat saying, hey, come on, get down, we need help you. Oh no, God's gonna help me, right? And so then the second one was this helicopter. I said, hey, come, you need to come. Oh no, God's gonna help me. And he died, right? And then he said, God, why did you not come help me? I sent you a boat. I sent you a helicopter. You refused both. That was me sending them. So kind of like your story, right? That you have to do your part. You cannot just sit around and thinking that they will give you an interview because they don't know about you. So you have to
yeah.
do your part by doing schoolspring.com.
Yeah,
www.
I will
Yeah.
the 50 states.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always
Those,
visited that
yeah. Yeah, do
from
that
A to
because
Z,
yeah.
from Alabama to
Oh yeah, for
this.
everyone else, Mike would have this. Mike, can you put it on chat, Mike, where I Google what's that Google sheet database of all the 50 states, and then I chose the top 20 schools in the size, and then I put the link of their job sites. So if they have an opening, you could always go there and go straight to the website. And so that's something I put together. It took me hours to do it. So I've been sharing it. So for those that want a copy of it, you can email me also at mcculloughmerlina@gmail.com. That's my MCCULLOUGH and then Merlina MERLINA at Gmail. And I will share that with you. Just say, I attended your Zoom and, I want this. So every time you ask me, send me a resume and cover letter so I could also comment on your resume. And then that way you'll get your interview.
By the way, my resume and my cover letter, I revise it and I will set it you later.
Good.
I revise it.
Good.
I make
Good
it
for you.
new.
Yeah. Okay. Well, email me because I always say Mike was good at recommending saying, "Hi, Dr. McCullough would Americanize it for you, and I will Americanize it for you." So I will make it sound like a local, because I've been here 30 plus years. I need to make it sound like I said it, because when when I was in the Philippines, I said it differently. We structure our sentences differently, because we were literally translating it from our language, and our language is more like structured like Spanish language structure. Like I love you is mahal kita, right? And it's yuti, what was that? Yuti amo? What was that?
Te amo.
Yuti amo, yeah. So it's love you. Oh no, me love, me you love. It's structured differently. Okay. But so it's a good idea to send it to me or Mike, whoever else that you want to send. Myrna will be a good one too. But if you send it to me, I would love to have your resume and cover letter, so you will be on my list that I always update and forward to administrators all over. So you will have, I know you will have some interviews from different places whenever I update them. And then I will send all the superintendents and principals the list, and then they will just look at the list. So now I'm separating them according to categories, like all the elementary teachers, this is the link. All the science teachers, this is the link, and so on. So all they have to do is click on those links, and then they'll see everybody's link to the folders. Everybody will have a folder of their resume and cover letter. Some people have sent me their letters of recommendations, whatever. You don't have to do that. I used to ask that, but now a resume and cover letter is good enough. Okay, because that's usually what they ask for. When they start asking you for your FCE and other things, that means they're really, really considering you. Because a lot of times you can start, so it doesn't cost you anything really to get started, because it doesn't cost you anything to do your resume and cover letter. So you start applying. Some people were like, "Oh, let me not apply because I don't have my passport yet." Well, you can get that and be applying at the same time, right? You don't have to wait till you get your passport, then apply. No, apply now, because it's gonna take you time to get hired, right? Some people get lucky, like Maria, that she was hired within 2 or 3 months of application. Some people get lucky like that. She just have the best timing that, I was needing to help someone. She was my first one. Administrator called me, contacted me at the same time that, do you have an high school English teacher? Funny that you said that, because an English teacher just got recommended to me by my cousin, Dr. Laura Nelia. So I said, that's really funny. And so she just sent me her resume. So I forwarded Maria's resume to the superintendent, and she got the interview immediately and got hired. So it was really, really, really fast. And so it's your timing thing. So if you continue to have that application, you could have the good timing to be applying at that time when that school really needed one. School gets sometimes school gets impatient, and they would say, for example, the application for this school year opened up in October 1st. So by the time, this is February now, February and March are the big interview play times, because that's when school teachers are saying, I'm going to come back, or I'm going to retire, or whatever. That's when they have to sign their kind of, I don't remember what do you call that, Mike, on that, or Myrna? I mean, Mike, what do you call that letter every year that the school will have you sign if you're coming back or not? What's the term they use for that?
Letter of intent po.
Oh, letter of intent. Yeah. You have to sign your letter of intent to tell the school if you're coming back or not. So then this also helps administrators to decide, okay, so I see 3 elementary teachers retiring. I see 2 people moving. So then that's when they make the list of who they want to hire. So then they start interviewing around March, April, May, because by June comes, there's not going to be very many J1 visas available. So there's going to be very few. So you need to be, really applying now, February, March, April. Some of them would wait till the end of the school year to start interviewing, like, which is May. So though this next 4 months will be very very critical for you if you're going to want a job, because special ed, I'm telling you, there's jobs everywhere for special ed. So if you have special ed certification, even though you may have a classroom experience, you can, during interview, you need to make sure you just have to Google IDEA. That way you'll find the rules about special ed in America. because everybody, even though you may have 10 years of experience special ed in the Philippines, you still have to start over anyway, because the rules there are different than the rules here. So what you need to do, if you have your degree but not, did not have the experience, you already have experience differentiating in your classroom. You would have experience of accommodating, what your students' needs, learning styles and so on. So you're already kind of doing that, except you don't have the, the IEP, the individual, education plan, like, what's needed for the special ed kids. But anyway, but the idea, and special ed, Google that, capital idea, capital, all capitals. And then that way you'll see all the rules about special ed. They will ask you about placement, how to place students, how do you identify and place students, and so on, and all that. So this will be spelled out there. Am I right, Mike? If I remembered it correctly, right? They have all that. Yeah.
Yes po, yes po.
Yeah.
But it's the higher level na po. If they will ask you how to place students in a specific classroom, if they will be in mainstream, inclusion, or in resource class or self-contained class.
Yeah, but some schools would
The
ask.
most important thing po is that they know how to, if the interviewers ask you about the IEP, what is IEP, what is 504. Yeah, you're correct po. Accommodation and modification, they should
Difference
have an
between the
idea
two.
about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes
Yeah.
po. And also the differentiation. And also one of your 5 core propositions is the assessment. How do you
Big
assess
one.
students with learning disabilities or
Yeah.
learning difficulties? And you must also be aware about the 13 disabilities that included in the IDEA.
Very
Wow,
good.
it seems like I have a lot of
Memorize those 13.
Abilities.
Because Mike has told this story multiple times about me giving him ideas about IDEA. Getting asked
Because po,
questions.
some of the disabilities will not qualify for special education and then will fall to 504.
Tell me an example. Like what?
Wait po, I will search for.
Put him on the spot. Sorry, Mike. I know he's studying
Yes
for the
po, because the ADHD, yeah, ADHD, ASD, of course, the ID, intellectual disabilities, the brain trauma, so those are included in the 13 disabilities, but some of that are the ADHD are not
Yeah.
included, and ADD.
Yeah. So
Hopefully,
so
I'm not.
so they'll be the 504 plan will be those that do not qualify for special ed, but
Yes
they
po.
have to have some kind,
Yes,
some
exactly
kind
po.
of well, they need accommodation, right, Mike? Not modification, but accommodation. They need accommodation, but not modification.
Modification po.
Modification. Okay. So anyway, so yeah, they have those needs, and you have to know those, because even applying as a classroom teacher, they may also ask you about special ed and 504. So because that's part of differentiating students with exceptional abilities. So, and also gifted. If they say GT, which is gifted and talented, those are kids that are so smart in your classroom. How do you address their needs? Like, those are your early finishers in your classroom. Do you have a plan for them? Like in my classroom, I always had a monthly project. So when they got done, they go to the learning station and they work on their monthly project, because they know that's going to be due at the end of the month. So they're working on it every day. Whenever they get done with their work, boom, they go over there, and they know, I don't have to tell them, they know that they have to go and try to do something with their project, because it's going to be due. So they do a little, like, I had them to do like a goal sheet, like what are the tasks that you need to do in order to finish this project. So they check it off. Okay, we've done this step 1, I've done step 2, I've done step 3. So now I'm gonna be in step 4 to whatever. And then they set goals. They're like, okay, since I have 8 goals, and then there are only 4 weeks, I have to do 2 of the goals every week. So they kind of have those, setting goals, students setting goals. That's really one of the best things that you can do as a teacher. Have your students set goals always. With my assessment, for example, they have this interim assessment. They have a beginning, middle, and end of the year assessment. For those that are using NWEA, which is like the MAP test here, measures of academic progress, they had, I work at a school where they were using that. So I had each student have an assessment binder. So then we had a printout of the result and their RIT, or their scores, And then they set their goals. This is the goal you should be, and this is where you are. So you're what 4 RITs behind. So you need to make sure you gain so many. So then I made a form like I am in this, RIT score. My goal is to, go to gain so many RITs, and then we check it the next time. Did you meet it? How did you meet it? What did you do differently? Things like that. So it's more of a reflective piece as well. So as a teacher, if you have an assessment binder of your students, that's a very quick reference for you. I always have an assessment binder for every year that I have my students. I always had the assignment binder because I have to do like tabs for every student, and I could see like, okay, student number 1. So I'm going to look, and then all of their assessment data are there. So if at school, if somebody will ask me, like the parent or, another teacher working with them, I can just grab the assessment binder and I share with them, these are the data I have about the student, okay? So anecdotal data, I know that special ed teacher like Mike would also use anecdotal records of, things about your students. I also did that, although I was regular ed teacher. Sometimes I would do sticky notes, and I would just stick this in their, a page on the assessment binder, and I put it there, and I put a date and what the child did. And then during parent teacher conference, and when I grab that binder and I go open to their child's, I would see those sticky notes. And when I was bragging, oh my gosh, I'm proud of, John because he did this today and all this. And oh, this Ashley did this today, and she helped so and so, and they're very successful. I would do like brag notes like that, or sometimes negative, but a lot of times I would do a positive thing. And these are things I share during parent teacher conference, and it just makes those parents beam, like they're so proud. That you have specifics, you have your date there, you have I even have the time when it happened, and so and so. And I would kind of make just a little sentence or two, about this kid, because at the end of the day, that's what I do. It's actually reflected on my day before I leave, and I would get ready for the next day, and everything ready, materials and so on, make sure I have that. And then I have my anecdotal record thing that, pages for students, and I start putting those information in. So I always have a reflection of who did really well today and who had a really bad day and why, and all that. So then it makes me a record of which parents I really need to contact, because they have their daily communication notebook. So I want to make sure, and sometimes I would make sure that I make me a note saying that on their daily communication notebook, I need to make sure I brag on this, or I remind parents about this, and any of that. So those are ways of knowing your students too. That's corporate position 1, knowledge of students. So yeah. And actually, by the way, the observation sheet, the tools for teachers, which is a test that the principals use to observe teachers and grade and rate teachers, that's based from National Board. It's based from the 5 core proposition of National Board. It's the same person that developed it, that they had adapted hers, and that's what they use. So if you are planning to be in Arkansas and you have been watching or attending our Zoom, you will be ahead because I've kind of shared with you a lot of things that should be, as a teacher in Arkansas, you should be doing. Like, being in the front of in the classroom by your door and greeting your students. That's one of the things that's very important to do. Anyway, I think we need to be about gone. Done. It's 4 hours, guys. I'm hungry, by the way. I didn't have breakfast. But hey, I had a good visit with you, and I will send everyone to make sure that those folks that are new here, and if there's anyone that want to talk and I haven't talked, this is the chance for you, because I did not want you to attend. I'm like, well, I wanted to talk, but I didn't get called. So Lainey, did you want to talk? Or Vivian? I know. So Verlin's still here. Harvey, Mike, Debbie. Anybody else that would like to talk? Monette, Fran. Okay, so nobody? If not, then I will have to close this up. Mike has actually on chat actually put my the link to my address, McCulloughMerlina@gmail. Did you already put the also the multiple listing under job postings, Mike?
I cannot see it po. I think Ma'am Giselle knows it.
I don't know.
Or
Okay, so they just have to email me then. Email me and I will share with you the link to those 50 states that I have researched, and all you have to do is open the state and you just click the link and then you get to their job site. So that's very easy to do, and that those things change every day, because sometimes they would add things to it. They would take away things to it if they've already hired somebody. So important to have that job postings Google sheet that I made. Okay, I don't charge for that, so but you just have to ask for it. I don't want to put it on the Facebook either. So I want people to just like ask me for it. Okay. So anyway, that's it. And I'm trying to see what else is in here that I'm missing. Pinky had to leave. Okay, got it. Mike. Yes, having a good administrator will help your mental health. You're right. You have experienced that, Mike. ADHD and ADD is under the OHI or other health impairment. Good to know. So ADD and ADHD, remember that is part of the disabilities. And
Yes, po.
Monet said, thank you, very informative and helpful. Thank you too. They had a very good, we had very good interview practice today. Very fluent, and we just need to remember colleagues. Everybody, let's do colleagues.
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 Yeah, that's it.
We're
Hey, Glenn, did
practicing
you
it,
change your hair?
colleague.
You changed your hair, right? You colored your hair differently? It's brown.
Me? I have a lot of white hair already.
Same here,
And I
cuz.
cut also my hair.
It's cute. It's cute. Anyway, all right, guys, you are making a difference in the lives of kids. So, thank you for all that you do. Okay. All right.
Yes, po.
Until
Yes, po.
when is the next one, Mike? March. I think
8.
March 8th. Yeah. March 8th is our next one. That's Zoom 92. This is Zoom 91. All right. And February 22nd, 2025. And this is Merlina McCullough saying bye.
Thank you, Doc.
I see you
Bye.
God
again on
Thank you
bless.
for the
Facebook and YouTube.
time.
Bye-bye, Arv. Thank you for
Thank you,
staying with us.
Doc.
Bye-bye. God
Take care,
Arvin,
Bye.
bless.
everyone.
Mike, Myrna. Okay, Giselle. Thank you. And Debbie especially. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.